Hey guys, tonight we're going to travel back further than any pyramid, any empire, any city. We are journeying to a time when our own ancestors were not hunters, but the hunted, not masters of the planet, but scavengers living on the edge of extinction. Imagine, we are 3 million years in the past, standing under the immense, unfiltered glare of an African sun. The landscape before you is alien, yet hauntingly familiar. This is the Pleistocene epoch, a world ruled by giants, a world of tooth and claw where the story of humanity has not yet truly begun. In this vast, brutal wilderness, a new kind of creature is taking its first hesitant steps. It is small, slow, and seemingly defenseless. It is, for all intents and purposes, you. Over the next 2 million years, this fragile being will cling to survival by its fingernails. It will learn to read the wind, to see a tool hidden inside a stone, to outwit predators 100 times its weight. It will harness the terrifying power of fire, form complex societies, and eventually spread from this African cradle to conquer every corner of the globe. So how did it happen? How did this intelligent scavenger, this master of the margins, become the most dominant life form Earth has ever known? And what parts of that ancient, desperate survivor still live inside you today? Thanks to the incredible work of paleontologists and archaeologists, we can now piece together the clues, the fossilized bones, the scattered tools, the faint chemical traces of ancient campfires, and reconstruct that epic story. Frankly, if you were dropped here in your pajamas, you wouldn't survive long enough to get a decent sunburn. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. That small click sends a big signal to the algorithm. That long-form, serious educational content still matters. And to me, it's an incredibly meaningful show of support. Thank you so much for helping keep this channel going strong. It always fascinates me to see where you're all tuning in from. Let me know in the comments where you are in the world and what time it is for you. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You open your eyes. The sun is a physical weight, a hammer of heat that presses down on you, making the air shimmer above the dry, cracked earth. The first thing you register isn't a sight, but a smell. It's a thick, complex cocktail of scents. The dusty perfume of baked soil, the sweet decay of trampled vegetation, the sharp ammonia tang of unseen animal droppings, and under it all, a faint, coppery note that hints at a recent kill somewhere on the breeze. You are lying in the shade of a low, thorny acacia tree, and the ground is coarse and gritty against your bare skin. Slowly, you push yourself up. This body is not your own. It's shorter, more compact, with long, wiry arms that seem just a bit out of proportion, a reminder of a recent past spent in the trees. You feel a constant, delicate balancing act as you shift your weight onto 2 feet. This is still a relatively new way to move through the world, and every step is a conscious calculation of gravity and momentum. Your skin is dark, leathery, and exposed. You have no claws to defend yourself, no thick hide for protection, no impressive canine teeth to flash in a threat display. You are soft, slow, and small. You are profoundly, terrifyingly vulnerable. And then there's the noise. It's nothing like the filtered soundscape of the modern world. It is a constant, overwhelming wall of sound. The air itself seems to vibrate with the deafening, high-pitched hum of millions of insects. Strange birds you would not recognize issue piercing calls and whistles from the tree line. The incessant buzz of flies is a constant companion. In the distance, a low grunt and a series of whooping calls signal a territorial dispute you want no part of. There is no silence here. The world is relentlessly electrically alive, and every sound is a piece of information, a potential warning, a clue to survival. You take in your surroundings. This is the floor of the Great Rift Valley in East Africa, the very cradle of your kind. On the horizon, the sharp, conical shapes of dormant volcanoes pierce the endless blue sky. The land itself is alive, shaped by immense geological forces. The slow, grinding collision of tectonic plates is pushing up mountains and tearing the continent apart, creating this unique and dynamic environment. This is the engine of evolution, the geological stage upon which your story is being written. For millions of years, it has been a laboratory, a crucible forcing life to adapt or perish. You look out across the land, and it's not the simple, flat, endless sea of grass you might have imagined. That old idea, the savanna hypothesis, suggested that your ancestors were forced onto 2 feet to peer over tall grass as the forests shrank. But the reality, which scientists can now reconstruct with astonishing detail, is far more complex. Historians and paleoanthropologists still argue about the exact composition of this landscape, but the picture emerging is one of a mosaic. Before you lies a patchwork quilt of ecosystems. There are pockets of dense woodland, thick with fig and olive trees. There are gallery forests snaking along the life-giving rivers, creating corridors of shade and refuge. And interspersed between them are wide, open patches of classic savanna, dotted with those iconic flat-topped acacia trees. This environmental variety is the key. It means there is no single simple strategy for survival. You have to be able to navigate all these different worlds, to find safety in the trees, to forage in the woods, and to bravely cross the open plains. This is what makes you an opportunist. It's what makes you adaptable. The evidence for this rich, varied world is hidden in the earth beneath your feet. By drilling deep cores into the ancient soil, scientists can analyze the layers of sediment and, more importantly, the microscopic grains of fossilized pollen trapped within them. This technique, called paleopedology, acts like a time machine for ecosystems, providing a detailed fingerprint of the plants that grew here millions of years ago, proving that your world was not one of monoculture, but one of immense and challenging diversity. The sun begins to dip lower, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples. The oppressive heat starts to fade, but the sense of danger sharpens. The daytime animals are seeking shelter, and the creatures of the night, the real rulers of this world, are beginning to stir. The symphony of insects changes its tune, and a new set of sounds begins to echo across the valley. You are just one small, vulnerable creature in a very, very big and hungry world. Survival until the next sunrise is not a guarantee. It is a challenge. And it is everything. As twilight deepens, the world transforms. The familiar shapes of trees and rocks melt into ambiguous, threatening silhouettes. This is the time of the real kings of the savannah, and you are merely a subject in their violent kingdom, a subject that could easily become a meal. Your small band huddles together for the night in a thicket of thorn bushes or a hastily chosen rocky overhang, knowing that your survival depends on being completely, utterly unremarkable. You are not the apex predator. You are not even a predator. You are a professional watcher, an opportunist, a creature that lives in the spaces between the giants. Your entire existence is built around studying the hierarchy of hunger because you are perpetually at the bottom of it. From your place of concealment, you watch them. You smell them on the night air. There is the scent of the great cats, a dry, musky odor that makes the hairs on your arms stand up. These are not the lions or leopards of the distant future. These are different beasts, specialized assassins like Dinophilis or Meganterion. You've seen them hunt. They are not built for long chases, but for the terrifying, explosive ambush. Their most fearsome feature, the great scythe-like canine teeth, are not for crushing, but for a swift, precise, and brutal purpose. To deliver a single devastating bite to the throat of a large, struggling herbivore, severing arteries and windpipe in one go. They are the primary architects of the feasts you hope to attend, but an invitation to dine with them is a death sentence. And then there is your true rival, the one you fear almost as much as the cats. It is the giant, short-faced hyena, Pachycrocuta. Forget the image of a cackling, skulking scavenger. This creature is the size of a modern lioness, with a massive, thickly muscled neck, and jaws designed for one purpose: to pulverize bone. It is both a formidable hunter in its own right and the undisputed cleanup crew of the Pleistocene. Its presence at a kill site means the party is almost over, as it can consume and digest almost every part of a carcass, leaving virtually nothing behind. Your worlds are locked in direct competition. Every scrap it eats is one you do not. The sun is higher now. The next day has been granted. The signal comes not as a sound, but as a sight. A lazy circling of vultures high in the sky. A black spiral that is a giant, feathered arrow pointing to an opportunity. Your group moves with a practiced caution, using every dip in the terrain, every bush, for cover. As you get closer, the smell of blood and viscera is overpowering. You find a vantage point, and you wait. This is the great drama of the savannah, and you have a front row seat. A large antelope lies in the grass, and a saber-toothed cat is draped over it, tearing at the soft belly with its powerful forelimbs. It eats its fill of the choice organs and the best muscle meat, its great fangs surprisingly useless for this part of the job. The cat eats for what feels like an eternity. Then, satisfied, it drags what's left of the carcass towards a thicket and vanishes. This is the first turning point. Now the dinner table is open. A pack of giant hyenas, who have been waiting patiently at a respectful distance, now moves in. The sound is horrific. A wet tearing punctuated by the loud, sharp cracks of massive bones splintering in their powerful jaws. They are brutally efficient, consuming hide, meat, and bone with equal relish. And still, you wait. You are the ghost at this feast, the final, most patient guest. Only when the hyenas have had their fill and begin to disperse, squabbling over the last of the larger leg bones, do you see your chance. Your small band moves in as one, a swift and silent raid. This is your niche. You are not here for the prime cuts. You are here for what everyone else has left behind. This reality is etched into the fossil record. Archaeologists have found ancient animal bones marked with a clear story. The deep grooves and scrapes of a predator's teeth are there first, and then, scratched on top of them, are the finer, more precise lines of a hominin's stone tool. It is the scientific proof of this very moment. indisputable evidence that you consistently arrived late, getting to the carcass only after the carnivores had their share. As you work, a thought prickles at your mind, a product of your accumulated experience. A lone cat is one thing, but lately, some scholars have suggested that certain saber-toothed cat species might have been social, like lions. The thought is terrifying. A whole pride of them would mean less food, more danger, and a much longer, more uncertain wait. The risks would multiply exponentially. The entire game would change. This moment is a constant life or death calculation, the very heart of a debate that continues among scholars today. They call it power scavenging versus passive scavenging. Do you engage in the first? Do you and your group, emboldened by hunger, rush in while the first predator is still on the kill? Could you, a small band of shrieking, rock-throwing hominins, be intimidating enough to scare a giant cat off its own prize? The potential reward is immense. Fresher meat, more of it. But the risk is absolute. A single swipe from a paw the size of a dinner plate would be the end. Or do you always choose the safer path, the one you are on now? Passive scavenging. Waiting, watching, and taking what is left when it is safe. It offers a much lower payoff, but a much higher chance of living to scavenge another day. Every single time you spot that spiral of vultures, you have to make that choice. Your very survival depends on getting it right. For now, patience has won out. You have your prize, a few ribs, a bit of spine, and most importantly, the long, marrow-filled leg bones that the hyenas left unbroken. This is your gold. You and your band have retreated to a safe place, a familiar outcrop of rocks that offers a good view of the surrounding terrain. The danger of the open savanna has been temporarily exchanged for the safety of home territory. You lay your prizes on a flat stone, the heavy leg bones and the skull of the antelope, scraped clean by the hyenas, but still sealed tight. The scent of the rich marrow inside is tantalizing, but it might as well be on the moon. Your teeth cannot break through the thick bone. Your fingernails are useless. The most nutritious food on the savanna is locked away in a natural safe, and you don't have the biological key. But you have something better. You have an idea. This is the great leap, the cognitive spark that separates you from every other animal trying to survive out here. You don't just see the world as it is, you see it for what it could be. You look at a smooth, heavy river cobble, and you don't just see a rock. You see a tool hiding inside it. This act of imagination is your true superpower. It is a form of magic more potent than any claw or fang. You leave the group and head towards a dry riverbed you know well, a place where the currents of past rainy seasons have tumbled and sorted stones for millennia. You are not looking for just any rock. Your eyes scan the jumble of granite, basalt, and sandstone, dismissing them. You are looking for a specific kind of stone, one with a fine crystalline structure, like chert or quartzite. You need a rock that will fracture in a predictable way, a material that understands the language of force. The best of these stones are rare, found only in certain places. You carry this knowledge in your head, a mental map of geological resources. When you find a particularly good source, you might carry away several promising cores, even if they are heavy. These stones are worth more than food, because they are the key to unlocking all future food. This simple act of carrying a useful object for miles, with a future purpose in mind, is a profound demonstration of foresight. You return with your chosen stones, a smooth, fist-sized cobble that will be the core, and a heavier, blockier stone to be your hammer. You settle down, the bones laid out before you. The process begins. It is a skill learned through observation and practice, passed down by watching your elders. A bad strike will just shatter the core uselessly. A hesitant tap will do nothing. It requires a specific, confident flick of the wrist, an intuitive understanding of angles and force. You hold the core stone in one hand, tilting it just so. With the hammerstone in your other hand, you deliver a sharp, glancing blow. The sound is a clean, resonant crack that rings through the quiet air. A large, crescent-shaped flake of stone shears away from the core, falling to the ground. You turn the core over in your hand. Where there was once a smooth, rounded surface, there is now a razor-sharp edge, gleaming in the sun. It's sharper than any tooth, sharper even than modern surgical steel, though it will dull quickly. You strike it again, from another angle, and another flake flies off. With just a few deliberate, skillful strikes, you have transformed a useless rock into a high-tech butchering tool. This is the Oldowan chopper, the signature technology of your people for 1,000,000 years. It is humanity's first and longest-running invention. The identity of that first inventor is one of the great enduring mysteries. Who was the being who first made this cognitive leap? Was it an advanced member of a group like yours, a late Australopithecus? Or was it one of the first, newly emerging members of our own genus, Homo habilis, the handyman, who was beginning to appear on this landscape? The fossil record is ambiguous, the timelines overlap, and scholars still argue passionately over which of your ancient relatives deserves the credit for this world-changing idea. But you are not concerned with history. You are concerned with lunch. You pick up your new tool. It feels heavy and powerful in your hand. You place one of the long leg bones on your stone anvil. First, you use the chopper's sharp edge. A scientist, millions of years in the future, could look at this edge under a microscope and see the telltale signs of its use. The microscopic polish and fine striations that reveal it was used to slice meat and sinew, not to chop wood. You slice away the last stubborn bits of tendon. Then, you turn the tool around, gripping the sharp end and using the heavy, blunt cortex of the original stone as a hammer. You raise it high and bring it down with force on the middle of the bone shaft. Thwack! A fracture line appears. You strike it again. Crack! The bone splits open, revealing the prize. Inside is the marrow. It's a waxy, pinkish-yellow substance, glistening with fat. It is one of the most calorie-dense foods in nature. To your energy-starved body and brain, it is pure fuel. You use a splinter of bone or a twig to scoop out the precious treasure, a burst of rich, savory energy. This is the food that other animals, even the mighty hyenas with their bone-crushing jaws, often cannot get to. This is your niche. This is how you survive. You do the same with the skull, a few well-placed blows cracking it open to reveal the brain. Another fatty, nutrient-rich superfood. With your simple tool, you have bypassed the competition and tapped into a food source that is almost exclusively yours. You have not fought the hierarchy of the savannah. You have outsmarted it. The rich, life-giving marrow has quieted the gnawing emptiness in your stomach. For a brief moment, there is a sense of security, of a small victory won against the constant threat of starvation. But one need is quickly replaced by another. The sun is climbing higher, and the heat beats down relentlessly. A dry, chalky feeling coats your tongue. Now the urgent need is for water. Your group gets to its feet, and you begin to move. This is not a random wandering. Every step is guided by an invisible chart, a vast and intricate map that exists only inside your skull. You pause on a high point and scan the horizon. You do not see a generic landscape. You see a story, a compendium of knowledge etched into your memory. That distant, solitary volcano that smokes gently in the morning air is your anchor, your constant reference point. No matter how far you roam, a glance at that peak instantly orients you. This is the kind of natural navigation using great landmarks to anchor your mental map that will allow your descendants to cross continents. The crooked acacia tree a mile to the west is where you once saw a leopard drag its kill, a place to be approached with caution. The shimmering salt flat to the east is a dead end, a place of thirst. And the dark green line of vegetation snaking through the valley marks the main river, a reliable source of water, but also the single most dangerous place in your entire world, a veritable convention center for predators. You will not be going there. Your destination is a smaller, secret place, a seep at the base of a granite outcrop known only to your band. As you begin your journey, your focus shifts from the grand map to the text written on the ground at your feet. The world is a book, and you are a master at reading its subtle language. You notice a patch of bent and broken grass, not random, but indicating the recent passage of a herd of zebra. A pile of fresh, steaming dung warns you that a rhinoceros is nearby and should be given a wide berth. You see the three-toed tracks of a large bird, and next to them, the delicate prints of a genet cat. The air itself is full of information. You can smell the dusty scent of the zebra herd that is still upwind, and the faint, sweet perfume of a flowering tree that will offer edible blossoms later in the season. These are not conscious, analytical thoughts. They are a constant, flowing stream of information, processed with an instinct honed by 1,000 generations of survival. This journey is your daily commute. Your body is built for it. While you cannot outrun a predator in a short sprint, you can outlast almost any other creature on the savannah in a long walk. Your upright bipedal posture is astonishingly energy efficient. Your stride is long and relaxed, your arms swinging freely for balance. You can cover miles and miles under the hot sun without overheating. Your mostly hairless skin glistening with sweat, a cooling system that the furry predators can only dream of. And it is this posture, this act of walking on two legs, that has fundamentally changed your destiny, because it has freed your hands. It is a simple fact, but its consequences are monumental. In one hand you carry your most treasured possession, the Oldowan chopper you made earlier. In the other, you cradle a large waxy tuber you dug up along the way. You are a mobile platform for technology and resources. You can carry your tools, your food, and, most importantly, your helpless infants, all while continuing to move across the landscape. As you cross a patch of damp mud near a seasonal stream, you look down at the footprints you and your group are leaving behind. They are so clear, so modern. You see the deep impression of the heel strike, the arch of the foot, the final push-off from the big toe. Imagine for a moment that the volcano on the horizon rumbles to life, blanketing this very spot in a fine layer of soft, protective ash. Your tracks could be preserved, frozen in time for 3.5 million years, a perfect snapshot for a future species to discover. They would see the path of a small group, perhaps a family, walking together across this ancient land. This is not fantasy. At a place that will one day be called Liatuli, this exact scene is captured in stone, the most poignant and direct evidence of your ancient bipedal existence. And why this strange way of walking? The debate will rage for millennia. The simplest explanation is the one you are living now. It's the most efficient way to travel between sparse resources in a changing world. Yet, as you near the life-giving water, a fringe but curiously persistent idea might flicker at the edges of reason. What if this all began somewhere else? What if your upright posture, your naked skin, even the layer of fat beneath it, weren't born of the dry savanna, but of a wetter world? The aquatic ape hypothesis, a controversial and unproven theory, imagines your ancestors wading through flooded deltas and coastal marshes, standing upright to keep their heads above water, losing their fur because it was a hindrance. While most scholars dismiss it, the idea lingers, a testament to the sheer strangeness of your evolutionary path. Finally, you arrive. The seep is hidden, cool, and safe. You drink deeply, the water washing the dust from your throat. Your thirst is quenched, your hunger is satisfied. But the real lesson of the last few hours is not about food or water. It is about the magnificent, invisible tool that made finding them possible. The map in your head, the library of signs in your senses, and the strange, two-legged body that carried you all the way here. With your thirst quenched and your body rehydrated, the world feels less hostile, more manageable. The constant high-alert state of mind that accompanies the search for big kills and safe water softens into a different kind of focus. The landscape, which moments ago was a map of dangers and escape routes, now transforms into a vast, sprawling pantry. Being an intelligent scavenger isn't just about the dramatic high-stakes gamble of finding a predator's leftovers. That's the jackpot. This is the daily wage. Survival depends on a much broader, more flexible strategy, an all-encompassing opportunism that overlooks nothing. It is this varied, omnivorous diet that will be the secret to your long-term success, a reliable buffer against the constant uncertainty of your world. You are not just a meat eater, you are a connoisseur of the entire ecosystem. Your eyes, which were scanning the horizon for vultures, now scan the ground for subtler clues. You see a plant with a particular type of leaf, and a barely visible, withered vine snaking into the earth. This is not just a weed, it is a signpost. This is knowledge passed down from your mother, who learned it from hers. It is a library of information that is never written down, but is recited through demonstration every single day. You take out a sharpened digging stick, a simple but effective tool, and begin to break up the hard, sun-baked soil. After a few minutes of hard work, you unearth a large, lumpy tuber. It's not much to look at, but it is dense with starch and carbohydrates, reliable, predictable energy that you can count on when the hunt or the scavenge fails. Your journey back to the temporary camp is a continuous act of foraging. You gather a handful of tart, vitamin-rich berries from a thorny bush you know is safe. You strip the tender, edible pith from the base of some reeds. If a future scientist were to examine the teeth of your fossilized skull under a powerful microscope, they would be able to read the story of this diet. This practice, the analysis of dental microware, reveals everything. The hard nuts and seeds you occasionally find and crack open with a stone leave tiny telltale pits in the enamel. The tough, fibrous leaves and gritty tubers you are eating now create long, parallel scratches. Your teeth are a permanent microscopic diary of your incredibly varied menu, proving that you were the ultimate generalist. But your menu isn't limited to plants. Protein is everywhere, if you know where to look for it. You pass a towering termite mound, a great cathedral of clay rising from the savanna floor. With the heavy end of your chopper, you smash a hole in its side, exposing the teeming milky white insects within. You scoop them up by the handful. They are nutty, fatty, and packed with protein. A little further on, you deftly flip over a flat rock to find a sluggish lizard sunning itself. It's a quick, low-risk catch. You spot the camouflaged shell of a tortoise, a slow-moving armored package of meat that is a welcome and easy prize. You are constantly scanning the trees for the woven nests of weaver birds, ready to raid them for their small, precious eggs. This is the bread and butter of your protein intake. Low risk, high reward, a reliable supplement to the unpredictable windfalls from large carcasses. Suddenly, a distinctive chattering bird song cuts through the air. You stop and listen. Every member of your group recognizes it. It's the call of a honey guide. You answer with a series of grunts, and the bird chatters again, flitting to a nearby tree, waiting. An incredible partnership, ancient and unspoken, begins. You follow the bird. It flies from tree to tree, leading you on a winding path for half a mile until it lands on a huge ancient baobab tree and falls silent. You scan the trunk and see it. A small hole, high up, with a faint, lazy buzzing of bees around it. This is a treasure beyond measure. The process is risky. One of your group shimmies up the trunk with a smoldering bundle of damp leaves, pushing the acrid smoke into the hive to pacify the bees. Then, using your stone chopper, you hack at the wood, widening the hole until you can reach inside and pull out great, heavy combs of honeycomb. The pain of the inevitable stings is quickly forgotten. The honey is an explosion of pure energy, the most calorie-dense food you will ever taste. You make sure to leave a generous portion of the waxy comb for the bird, your partner, reinforcing the pact. This symbiotic relationship between your kind and this small bird might be one of the oldest cases of human-animal cooperation in the world. As the day ends, you take stock of your foraging. A few bites of scavenged marrow this morning, a starchy tuber, a handful of termites, some berries, and the incredible, energy-rich prize of honeycomb. This collection of calories is at the heart of a major scholarly debate. For a long time, the popular story of your evolution was Man the Hunter, a narrative focused on heroic, masculine hunts. But was that the reality? How much of your survival was truly dependent on meat, and how much came from this patient, less glamorous work, the gathering of plants, insects, and honey, a task likely shared by everyone in the group, including females and the young? The consensus has now shifted. You are not a mighty hunter. You are, more accurately, a gatherer who sometimes got lucky with meat. The exact percentages on your plate, however, are still argued over, a reminder that the story of your past is constantly being revised. This entire pantry is governed by the great clock of the seasons. During the long, dry season, the grass withers and the landscape opens up, making it easier to spot circling vultures and distant kills. But the plants die back, and the tubers become your lifeline. When the rains finally return, the world explodes into a riot of green. The grass grows tall, hiding predators, but the trees are heavy with fruit, new shoots are everywhere, and the air is thick with swarms of flying insects. Your survival depends entirely on your ability to read this calendar and adapt your menu to what the world is offering. You are not a creature of habit. You are a creature of opportunity. As the afternoon light softens, your small band begins to coalesce, drawn back together from the day's scattered foraging. The food you have gathered, the tubers, the honeycomb, the handful of eggs, is brought to a central, defensible location for the evening. And in this simple act of regrouping, the most powerful tool in your survival arsenal is revealed. It is not the stone in your hand or the knowledge in your head. It is the group itself. A lone hominin on this landscape is a statistical inevitability of death. A group, however, is a puzzle for predators, a collective intelligence, a force multiplier. Your very existence is a testament to the profound power of social living. The most basic advantage is vigilance. When you are alone, your attention is a finite resource, constantly divided between searching for food and scanning for danger. You can never fully relax, but in a group, the burden is shared. While you are busy digging for a root, another's eyes are scanning the horizon. While another is focused on cracking a nut, your ears are listening for the telltale snap of a twig in the thicket behind you. The world is seen through a dozen pairs of eyes, heard with a dozen pairs of ears. A sharp, guttural cry from one member, a specific alarm call, and the entire group instantly freezes or scatters, alerted to a threat long before any single individual might have noticed it. This web of shared awareness is the first and most important line of defense. This cooperation extends deep into the fabric of your daily search for food. The savanna is a patchy, unpredictable environment. A fruiting tree is a temporary jackpot in one small area. A tortoise is a lucky find in another. A single individual could wander all day and find very little. But a group, spreading out over a wider area, multiplies the chances of discovery. The successful forager who finds the honey tree shares its location, and in turn will benefit when another finds a patch of edible mushrooms. This collective search and share system dramatically increases the efficiency and reliability of your food supply. Of course, life within the group is not some peaceful, idyllic commune. It is a complex, ever-shifting political landscape. When a prize like a scavenged leg bone is brought back, there are squabbles. There is a definite hierarchy, a pecking order that often dictates who gets to eat first. You spend a significant portion of your day navigating these social currents. You know which individuals are reliable allies and which are fickle. You know who to appease and who you can challenge. Much of this politicking is done not through aggression, but through the gentle, intimate act of grooming. You sit close to another and meticulously pick through their hair, removing dirt, insects, and bits of leaf. This is not just about hygiene. It is the physical currency of your social world. Grooming builds and reinforces alliances. It soothes tensions after a conflict. It is a way of saying, I am with you. We are connected. The nature of your family structure is a mystery that future scientists will endlessly debate. Looking at the subtle differences in the size and shape of male and female fossils, they will ask, are you organized like a gorilla troop, with one massive dominant silverback male who holds exclusive breeding rights over a harem of females? Or is your society more like that of chimpanzees, more fluid and promiscuous, with multiple males and females forming complex, shifting coalitions? The evidence is too faint to say for sure, but the dynamics of dominance and alliance you live with every day hold the lost answer. Within this social web, you see one of your group's most valuable assets. An old female, her hair graying, her movements slower than the others. She is long past the age of bearing children, yet her contribution to the group is immense. She is a living encyclopedia. She knows which mushrooms are safe after a rain, where to find the most water-rich tubers in the dry season, and how to read the subtle signs of a coming storm. This is the core of the grandmother hypothesis, a compelling theory that suggests these post-menopausal females were a powerful evolutionary advantage. By helping to care for her grandchildren and providing her vast store of knowledge, she frees up her own daughters to forage more and have more children, increasing the overall success of her genetic line. She is the anchor of your group's collective memory. Nowhere is the group's importance more obvious than in the care of the young. A hominin infant is born shockingly helpless and remains dependent for years. This long childhood is a tremendous vulnerability. A baby cannot cling to its mother's fur as an ape infant can. It must be carried. It requires constant attention and protection. But this vulnerability is also your greatest strength. It allows for a long, slow period of learning, a time for the large and complex brain to be programmed with the vast amount of cultural and environmental knowledge needed to survive. The group is a mobile nursery and a school. Older siblings, aunts, and those wise grandmothers all play a role in protecting and teaching the young. It truly takes a village to raise a hominin child. And it is in these moments, watching the shared effort of caring for the next generation, that you see the most profound evidence for your social lives, a truth that is occasionally and miraculously preserved in the fossil record itself. At a site in modern-day Ethiopia, the remains of 9 Australopithecus afarensis individuals, males, females, and juveniles, were found together, dubbed the first family, likely wiped out by a single flood. They are a snapshot in stone, proof that you lived and died as you do now, together. As night fully descends, a new kind of social fabric reveals itself. The business of foraging and watching is done. Now is the time for pure interaction. The air around your small camp is not silent. It is filled with a constant, quiet hum of communication. But this is not a language of words. The complex, syntactic language that your descendants will one day use to write poetry and debate philosophy is millions of years in the future. Your communication is a richer, more primal tapestry, woven from the threads of gesture, posture, and a small but powerful vocabulary of sounds. So much is said without a single vocalization. You can read the mood of the entire group from a distance just by observing their body language. The slight slump in the shoulders of a subordinate male after a brief scuffle, the confident, upright posture of the group's most dominant member, the quick, reassuring touch between a mother and her child. These are all sentences and paragraphs in a silent dialogue. A sudden tensing of another's muscles, the raising of the hair on their arms, is a more potent alarm signal than any shout. You are an expert in this non-verbal language, constantly reading the subtle intentions and emotional states of others to navigate the complex web of your social life. This is the seed of what future thinkers will call a theory of mind, the fundamental understanding that the beings around you have thoughts, intentions, and desires that are separate from your own. But your communication is not entirely silent. You have a lexicon of sounds, and they are far more sophisticated than simple emotional grunts. Imagine the scene. One of your group is acting as a lookout, perched on a high rock. Suddenly they let out a sharp, staccato bark. Instantly, every member of the band freezes and scans the grassy terrain for a ground predator, a cat hidden in the shadows. Now imagine a different sound from the same lookout. A low, guttural cough. The reaction is completely different. Everyone immediately looks up, searching the sky for the silhouette of a raptor, a giant eagle that could easily snatch one of the youngsters. A soft, urgent hiss would have a third meaning entirely. Snake, causing everyone to stop moving their feet and carefully inspect the ground around them. This is not just noise, it is data. It is a set of specific, information-rich signals that allow you to coordinate your defense in a highly effective way. This complex communication is absolutely essential for your survival. It allows you to transmit vital information quickly and efficiently across the entire group, turning a collective of individuals into a single, cohesive unit that can react with intelligent speed. At the heart of this system is a gesture so simple it seems trivial, yet so profound it changes everything. One of the children, sitting with its mother, wants a piece of fruit that is just out of its reach. It cannot yet form the sounds to ask for it, so it does something revolutionary. It extends its arm and its index finger, and it points. This single act is a massive cognitive leap. It creates a triangle of shared attention between the child, its mother, and the piece of fruit. It is a way of saying, "Look at that thing over there. I want you to see what I see." It is how you direct another's attention and create a shared reality. This simple gesture lies at the heart of a great scholarly debate about the origins of language. Which came first, the gesture or the word? The gestural theory proposes that it was actions like this, pointing, miming, and a whole complex language of the hands, that laid the neurological foundation for spoken language. Your ancestors, according to this idea, first learned to talk with their hands long before they mastered their tongues. Amidst the serious business of survival, there are moments of levity. Two juveniles are wrestling, tumbling over each other in the dust in a mock battle. One gets the other in a vulnerable position and begins to poke and prod at its belly. A series of breathy, rhythmic pants and gasps erupts from the tickled youngster. It is an uncontrollable, joyous sound, and the adults watch with soft eyes. This is laughter. Some primatologists will later argue that this is one of the most ancient and fundamental forms of communication. It is a pre-linguistic, instinctual signal that says, "This is not a real fight. We are playing. I am not a threat to you, and you are not a threat to me." It is a social glue, a way of diffusing tension and reinforcing bonds through shared, involuntary delight. As you listen to the full range of sounds your people make, the soft hoots of contact, the sharp barks of alarm, the gentle coos of a mother to her child, the panting laugh of play, you are hearing the beginnings of vocal mastery. The physical tools for speech are still rudimentary. Deep in your neck, there is a small U-shaped bone called the hyoid, which anchors the muscles of your tongue. The shape and position of this hyoid bone in your fossilized descendants will give scientists crucial clues about your vocal capabilities. Yours is not yet in the right position to produce the vast range of vowels and consonants needed for modern speech, but the slow, evolutionary march towards that ability has already begun. For now, this multi-layered system is more than enough. The silent language of the body, the eloquent grammar of the hands, and the information-rich vocabulary of calls work together in a symphony of meaning. It is this constant flow of information that binds you together, allowing you to warn of danger, share knowledge, and navigate your intricate social world. It is the invisible network that makes your small, vulnerable group a force to be reckoned with. Generations come and go. The slow, inexorable pressures of the environment have sculpted your lineage. You are different from your ancestors. You are taller, with a larger, more power-hungry brain. You are Homo erectus. You range further. You think in more complex ways. And you are beginning to tackle bigger challenges. The simple, chunky Oldowan chopper that served your grandparents so well now feels clumsy, limited. Your expanding mind requires an expanded toolkit, and out of this need comes a creation of such elegance and utility that it will define your species for 1,000,000 years. You hold it in your hand now, and it feels completely different from the old tool. The Oldowan chopper was an act of opportunism. This is an act of deliberate design. It is an Aculean hand axe. It is a large, teardrop-shaped piece of flint, symmetrical and sculpted. Unlike the chopper, which had a sharp edge on one side, this has been worked on both faces, a technique known as bifacial flaking. The flakes removed are smaller, more precise, creating a continuous cutting edge that runs around the perimeter of the tool, leading to a fine point. The base is left thick and rounded, fitting snugly into your palm. It is balanced. It has form. It is not just a tool. It is an object of intention, a concept made real. The creation of this object is a demonstration of a profound cognitive leap. To make an Oldowan chopper, you only needed to know how to hit a rock to get a sharp edge. To make this, you must have a finished design, a mental template in your mind's eye before you even begin. You select a large, promising nodule of flint. You know that inside this rough, chalky lump is a perfect hand axe waiting to be revealed. The process is a long conversation between you, the stone, and the idea in your head. You begin with heavy, forceful strikes from a hard hammerstone, removing the thick outer cortex and roughly shaping the tool. This is the brute force work. Then you switch to a softer hammer, a piece of antler or bone, which gives you more control. The sound of the work changes from a harsh crack to a softer, more resonant thwack. You begin to thin the edges, sending long, flat flakes running across the face of the tool. You turn it over and over, maintaining the symmetry, ensuring that each flake you remove is setting up the next perfect strike. It's a sequence of dozens, sometimes hundreds, of carefully planned actions. Future archaeologists, if they are lucky enough to find this very spot, will gather every last flake and painstakingly refit them, like a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle. In doing so, they will reverse your work, uncovering the precise sequence of your actions, revealing the ghost of your thoughts made manifest in stone. Once finished, this tool becomes your indispensable companion, the Swiss Army knife of the Pleistocene. Its versatility is breathtaking. Shortly after you make it, your group comes across a massive opportunity. A young rhinoceros, mired in deep mud by a waterhole, has died of exhaustion. Its hide is like a suit of armor, far too thick for your old chopper to have been of any use. But with the hand axe, you have a solution. You use the sharp, strong point to puncture the tough skin. Then, gripping the tool firmly, you use the long, sinuous cutting edge to slice through the thick hide and muscle, laying the carcass open. The heavy, rounded base becomes a cleaver, used to chop through thick ligaments and dismember the joints. But its usefulness doesn't end there. The next day, you use the same tool to dig for deep, starchy yams, its pointed end breaking up the hard soil more effectively than any digging stick. You use it to strip the bark from a fallen tree to get at the fat, protein-rich grubs underneath. You even sharpen a long branch into a formidable spear point, using the hand axe's edge like a plane. And though it is heavily debated by future scholars, in a moment of desperation, you might even hurl it, spinning through the air like a deadly discus to drive off a persistent scavenger. You take such pride in your work that you sometimes create an axe that is more perfect than it needs to be. It is flawlessly symmetrical, the flake scars creating a beautiful, almost geometric pattern. It is made from a piece of flint with rich, colorful bands. It feels wonderful in the hand, a work of art. But you never use it. It remains pristine. Why? This is a question that will puzzle your descendants. Some will suggest that these perfect hand axes served a social function. Perhaps they were status symbols, a way of demonstrating your skill, foresight, and intelligence to the rest of the group. Perhaps they were even part of a courtship display, a male demonstrating his worthiness to a female not through brute strength, but through exquisite craftsmanship. This all-purpose marvel is the subject of another great debate. Was it truly a multi-tool, a generalist's problem solver, or was its primary purpose something else entirely? Some scholars will argue that the hand axe itself was not always the end product. Perhaps they'll suggest its main function was to be a perfectly prepared, portable stone core. From this core, with a single expert strike, you could produce a perfect, razor-thin flake, which you would then use for a delicate task like slicing meat before discarding it. In this view, the hand axe is a mobile blade dispenser, its many other uses just a convenient bonus. Whatever its ultimate function, its success is undeniable. This design, this mental template held in your mind, is so effective, so perfectly adapted to the problems of your world, that it will persist for over 1 million years. From the savannas of Africa to the river valleys of Europe and the forests of Asia, your descendants will continue to make this same tool, an unbroken chain of technological tradition that is the longest in the history of life on Earth. It is the physical proof of a new kind of mind at work on the planet. The world you inhabit is governed by a simple, brutal rhythm, the rhythm of the sun. Daylight is the time of possibility, a window for foraging, tool-making, and travel. But the setting of the sun is a curtain falling on your world. The night is a time of fear. It is when you are at your most vulnerable, huddled together in the cold and the dark, a blind and shivering creature in a world where your greatest predators can see, smell, and hunt with terrifying efficiency. The night is a long, cold siege, and your only real defense is to be as inconspicuous as possible. But this is about to change, thanks to your relationship with a force you have, until now, only ever known as a monster. Your first encounters with fire are of pure, unadulterated terror. A dry season lightning strike on a distant ridge, and within hours, a roaring, unstoppable demon is unleashed upon the landscape. You have run from it, your lungs burning with smoke, the heat blistering your skin. You have seen it turn entire woodlands into blackened, skeletal remains. You have heard its hungry roar and watched it consume everything in its path with an indiscriminate, terrifying violence. Fire in its natural state is not your friend. It is a world-ending catastrophe, a force of pure destruction. The revolution does not begin with the discovery of fire. You have always known it existed. The revolution begins with the conquest of fire. The moment of insight happens in the aftermath of one such blaze. The land is a monochrome canvas of black and grey, still smoking in places. As your group cautiously picks its way through the charred remains, you come across a fallen tree trunk, its core still glowing with a deep, orange heart of heat. A single, living ember. For generations, your kind would have seen this and passed by, giving the dying monster a wide berth. But your larger, more inquisitive brain sees something else. It sees not just a threat, but a possibility. The act itself is one of incredible bravery. You find a long, dry branch and tentatively poke it into the glowing embers. The tip blackens, smokes, and then, miraculously, bursts into a small, controlled flame. You have captured it. You have taken a tiny piece of the sun, and now you hold it in your hand. This is the moment everything changes. The challenge now is to keep it alive. This captured flame, this precious stolen spark, becomes the group's most valuable possession. It cannot be allowed to die. It is fed constantly with small, dry twigs and sheltered from the wind. When you move camp, a designated fire-bearer carefully carries a smoldering piece of wood or a ball of dried dung, protecting it at all costs. Learning to create fire from scratch is a skill that is still far in your future. For now, you are not a fire maker. You are a fire keeper. And what does this tamed demon give you? First, it gives you warmth. The simple, profound pleasure of chasing away the biting cold of the night. You huddle close to the flames, the heat sinking into your bones, and for the first time, you can be truly comfortable in the darkness. This simple gift of warmth will eventually become the key that unlocks the rest of the world, allowing your descendants to survive the frigid winters of Europe and Asia. Second, it gives you protection. The night still belongs to the predators, but your camp is no longer a soft, easy target. It is now an island of light and sound in the darkness. The great cats, the giant hyenas, they are instinctively wary of the dancing, flickering flames. They will circle your camp, their eyes glowing just beyond the ring of light, but they will not enter. The fire is a magical, shimmering wall, a guardian that never sleeps. The psychological comfort this provides is immense. The gnawing, constant fear of the night is replaced by a deep sense of security. Finally, it gives you light. This is perhaps the most profound change of all. The strict boundary of the day has been broken. The setting of the sun is no longer the end of all productive activity. In the hours after dusk, illuminated by the glow of the hearth, a new slice of life opens up. You can now work on your tools, mending a spear or carefully resharpening your hand axe. You can process food for the next day. And most importantly, you can truly socialize. The fire becomes the new center of your universe, a social magnet that pulls everyone together. You sit in a circle, faces illuminated, and the gestures and expressions that are so vital to your communication become clear. The hearth is a stage for storytelling, a classroom for teaching the young, and the warm, beating heart of your community. The question of when this relationship began is one of the most difficult in all of archaeology. The evidence is notoriously hard to read. A patch of fire-reddened earth or a few charred animal bones? Is it the site of your carefully tended hearth? Or just the remnants of a natural brush fire that swept through 1,000,000 years ago? Distinguishing the two is a monumental challenge. But in some rare places, the evidence is clear and undeniable. Deep inside a cave in South Africa, a place that will one day be named Wonderwerk, scientists will find the distinct microscopic ash of grasses and leaves, alongside bits of burned bone. The location, hundreds of feet from the cave entrance, where a natural fire could never reach, is the smoking gun. Dated to a staggering 1,000,000 years ago, it is the earliest, widely accepted evidence of your control over fire. And once you have this power, you learn to use it in more subtle ways. You notice how, in the weeks after a fire, the savanna springs back to life with fresh, green shoots that attract grazing animals. You see how even a small, controlled blaze can flush small lizards and rodents from the undergrowth, providing an easy meal. This leads to a new and powerful idea, using fire as a tool to shape the landscape itself. This practice, a kind of primitive fire stick farming, is a way of managing your environment to your own advantage, the first hint of your species' future role as the great engineers of the planet. For now, though, as you sit safely in the warm glow of your hearth, the wild demon, now your guardian, it is enough to know that you have survived another night, not by hiding from the darkness, but by lighting a star of your own within it. The fire you have captured does more than just warm your bodies and guard your camp. It is about to fundamentally re-engineer your biology from the inside out, launching the single greatest transformation in the human diet until the invention of agriculture. It will happen not by design, but by a simple, world-altering accident. One evening, as your group shares the scavenged leg of an antelope around the hearth, a piece of the raw, sinewy meat is dropped, falling close to the hot embers. The initial reaction is one of loss. But then, a new aroma begins to waft upwards. A rich, savory scent you have never experienced before. Cautiously, you retrieve the meat with a stick. It looks different. It is browned and sizzling, and the fat is glistening and rendered. The tough, rubbery flesh has relaxed. You take a tentative bite. The experience is a revelation. The meat is not only warm and intensely flavorful, but it is tender. The effort of chewing is halved. It comes apart easily, melting in your mouth. This accidental discovery, perhaps repeated in 1,000 camps over 1,000 years, or first learned from an animal found roasted in a wildfire's aftermath, is the dawn of cuisine. You have just discovered cooking, and you will never be the same again. What you have stumbled upon is a process that scientists will one day call external digestion. Your digestive system, your teeth, your jaw muscles, your stomach, your intestines, is a biological machine designed to do the hard work of breaking down raw food into usable nutrients. This is an incredibly energy-intensive process. Chewing tough, raw meat and fibrous plants is exhausting work, but the fire does the first and hardest part of that work for you, before the food ever enters your mouth. The heat from the embers begins to unravel the complex, tightly wound proteins in the meat, a process called denaturation. It melts the tough connective tissue, the collagen, into soft, digestible gelatin. When you apply this same technology to the starchy tubers you dig up, the fire breaks down their complex carbohydrates and, crucially, neutralizes many of the toxins and anti-nutrients that plants produce to defend themselves. An entire category of plants that was previously indigestible or even mildly poisonous when raw is now unlocked and added to your pantry. The fire is not just a tool, it is a second stomach, one that works tirelessly for you outside your body. The consequences of this are profound. Because the food is pre-digested by the flames, your body can absorb its nutrients far more efficiently. You get more bang for your buck from every single bite. A cooked meal delivers a much higher net energy gain than the exact same meal eaten raw. This creates a massive energy surplus, a flood of new calories available to your body. And this raises a critical evolutionary question. Where does all that extra energy go? The answer lies in a biological trade-off, a theory known as the expensive tissue hypothesis. In any animal's body, there are two particularly expensive tissues, two organs that burn a disproportionate amount of energy just to exist: the gut and the brain. For most of primate history, there was an evolutionary standoff. You couldn't afford to have both a massive, complex digestive tract needed to process raw food and a huge, power-hungry brain. You had to choose. But by outsourcing the hardest parts of digestion to the fire, you hacked the system. Your gut no longer needed to be so large and complex. Over generations, it began to shrink, becoming smaller and more efficient. The enormous amount of energy saved by downsizing your digestive system was reallocated to the other expensive organ. It was funneled directly to your head. Cooking did not just fill your stomach. It fed the explosive growth of your brain. This is the mainstream accepted fact. This new technology fundamentally altered your biology. As you sit by the fire, effortlessly chewing a piece of tender cooked meat, you are directly participating in the evolution of your own mind. You can see the evidence of this change in your own body. Compared to your more ancient ancestors, your jaw is smaller. Your teeth are less like grinding molars and more like slicing implements. Your entire skull is changing shape to accommodate a smaller chewing apparatus and a much, much larger brain. There is another, more immediate benefit. The scavenged meat you are eating is far from fresh. It is likely crawling with invisible dangers: bacteria, parasites, and the microbes of decay. Eating raw, scavenged meat is a constant biological gamble, but the fire is a purifier. The same heat that tenderizes the muscle also kills the pathogens within it. Cooking your food dramatically reduces your group's disease load, meaning fewer illnesses, a lower infant mortality rate, and a longer, healthier life. In this world, the first individual to master cooking wasn't just a chef. They were the most effective doctor your people had ever known. But for all its obvious importance, the question of when cooking became a regular, established practice is one of the most difficult for archaeologists to answer. Everyone agrees that it happened and that it was revolutionary, but the timeline is the subject of fierce debate. The physical evidence is incredibly elusive. A controlled fire is one thing, but how do you prove it was used for cooking? Scientists search for clues, for rings of fire-cracked rocks that suggest a purpose-built hearth, for cutting tools that have been altered by heat, for specific charring patterns on animal bones that look more like a slow roast than a chaotic wildfire. This evidence is rare, making it hard to know when you and your kind transitioned from occasionally eating a fire-scorched animal to mastering the daily, deliberate art of the barbecue. But you don't need to worry about that. You only know that this new discovery has made your food safer, more delicious, and easier to eat. You are living at the beginning of a powerful feedback loop. Controlling fire allows you to cook your food, which gives you more energy to fuel a bigger brain. A bigger brain allows you to have more clever ideas, like making better tools, communicating more effectively, and becoming an even more successful scavenger. The simple, accidental magic of the hearth has ignited a cognitive explosion that will ultimately set your lineage on a path to remake the world. The roaring fire and the soft, energy-rich food it provides are doing more than just nourishing your body. They are powering a revolution between your ears. Your larger, more complex brain is not just a passive beneficiary of this new diet. It is a tool, and its primary function is to process the torrent of information that the world presents to you every single day. The savannah is no longer just a place of random, terrifying events. With this new mind, you are beginning to perceive the underlying patterns, the hidden logic, and the predictable rhythms of the life and death that surrounds you. You are transitioning from a creature of reaction to a creature of prediction. Your approach to scavenging is becoming a science. You are no longer just a wanderer who hopes to stumble upon a vulture's spiral. You are now actively analyzing the landscape and its inhabitants to forecast where the next meal is likely to appear. You have become an obsessive expert in the behavior of the great predators. You have learned, through countless hours of careful, hidden observation, the habits of the local saber-toothed cats. You know their preferred hunting grounds are the broken patches of woodland that border the open plains, perfect for an ambush. You know they are most active in the cooler hours of dawn and dusk. Most importantly, you know that after a successful kill, a particular cat has a habit of dragging its prize to a specific, secluded grove of acacia trees to eat in peace. This is not just memory. It is a predictive model. You no longer need to find the carcass. You need only to find the cat. The entire ecosystem has become your intelligence network. The circling vultures are still your most reliable sign, but you now read them with greater nuance. A tight, frantic spiral low to the ground means the kill is fresh, and the predator may still be present. A lazy, high circling of just a few birds means the feast is almost over, and it's nearly your turn. But other creatures also feed you information. You are resting in the midday heat when suddenly, a troop of vervet monkeys in the nearby trees erupts in a chorus of sharp, chattering barks, all of them staring intently at the same spot in the tall grass. You know that sound? It is their specific alarm call for a ground predator. They have just become your eyes in the canopy, pinpointing the location of a leopard for you. The frantic shrieks of a go-away bird serve the same purpose. You are learning to interpret the web of communication that connects every animal, and you are using it to your advantage. This new, proactive approach requires two qualities you are developing in abundance: persistence and patience. You spot a lone Meganterion stalking a herd of zebra. The old strategy would be to wait and see what happens. The new strategy is to follow. This is a nerve-wracking game of cat and mouse, where you are the much smaller, much more vulnerable mouse. You shadow the predator from a safe distance, using the wind and terrain to stay hidden, for hours if you have to. You watch it fail, watch it rest, watch it try again. You are investing your time and energy based on a calculated prediction that it will eventually succeed. And in this act of shadowing, you are extending your own social intelligence into the animal world. The same theory of mind that allows you to guess the intentions of a rival within your group is now being applied to the cat. You try to anticipate its actions. You look at the way the herd is positioned near a dry riverbed, and you think, if I were the cat, I would use that gully to get closer without being seen. You are, in a rudimentary way, putting yourself inside the mind of the beast, attempting to see the world from its perspective to predict its next move. It is this cognitive leap, this application of social intelligence to other species, that is the crucial seed from which all future hunting strategies will grow. You practice this deep, naturalistic intelligence every moment you are awake. It is an intimate and encyclopedic knowledge of every plant, animal, and feature of your territory. You know to focus your search along the great bend in the river or the narrow pass between two rocky hills. You know that these are natural choke points, places where migrating herds are forced to slow down, making them vulnerable. The predators know this, and so you know it too. It is no coincidence that future archaeologists, digging in these exact locations, will find dense clusters of your discarded tools and butchered bones. the clear scientific evidence that you strategically placed your camps and your efforts where the action was most likely to be. To aid in your stealth, you have even developed a few clever tricks. As you shadow a herd, trying to get closer without causing a panic, you might mimic the soft whistle of a starling or the gentle grunt of a warthog. This primitive form of auditory camouflage, a quirky and inventive deception, helps you blend into the normal soundscape of the savannah. And the knowledge required for all of this, the tracking, the mimicry, the behavioral predictions, is it instinct or is it learned? The sheer complexity and subtlety of the skills of a master tracker suggest that this is not simply hardwired. It is a true science, a vast and detailed body of knowledge that is carefully taught by the elders to the young, a cultural inheritance as vital as the knowledge of tool-making or fire-keeping. The day ends in a quiet triumph. You watched the cat, you predicted its ambush, you waited patiently for it to finish its meal, and you moved in at the perfect moment to claim the substantial leftovers. You did not get lucky. You executed a complex, information-driven plan. Your growing brain, powered by the energy of cooked food, is no longer just a defensive tool for survival. It has become an offensive weapon of prediction, allowing you to decipher the patterns of your world and, for the first time, to exploit them. Your brain, that magnificent engine of prediction, is only half of the equation. A brilliant plan is useless without a body capable of executing it. And the body you inhabit is a masterpiece of engineering, perfectly tailored to the unique challenges of this hot, open world. It is a machine built not for overwhelming power or breathtaking speed, but for one thing above all else: relentless, indomitable endurance. Your secret weapon is not hidden in your muscles or your bones, it is written all over your skin. Look at the other animals of the savannah. They are wrapped in thick coats of fur. This is a huge advantage during the cool nights, but under the punishing midday sun, it becomes a thermal prison. To cool down, a lion or a wild dog must pant, a relatively inefficient process. They are slaves to the shade, forced into inactivity during the hottest parts of the day. You, however, are different. You are a naked ape. Your skin, mostly free of thick hair, is exposed directly to the air, and it is studded with millions of microscopic glands, far more than in any other primate. You are a creature that sweats. As you move across the landscape, your body heats up. In response, these glands pump a thin film of salty water onto the surface of your skin. The slightest breeze then performs a small miracle of physics: evaporation. As the sweat turns from a liquid to a gas, it pulls a tremendous amount of heat away from your body. You are a walking, breathing, self-cooling radiator, and your efficiency is unmatched. This remarkable system of thermoregulation is a pivotal adaptation, a biological fact that will fundamentally shape your strategy for survival. This unique physiology opens up a new and exclusive window of opportunity: the midday niche. As the sun climbs to its zenith, the savannah grows quiet. The air shimmers with a heat that is palpable, and the predators you fear most are now vanquished by the temperature. The saber-toothed cat is splayed out under a thorn tree, panting heavily. The pack of hunting dogs lies motionless in a dusty depression. Their powerful bodies and thick fur have become a liability, forcing them into a state of temporary shutdown. But you can keep going. The heat is uncomfortable, but your internal cooling system is working perfectly. The world belongs to you for these few hours. A kill that was made by a predator at dawn might now be abandoned as the cat seeks refuge from the heat. This is your golden hour. With your competitors sidelined, you can walk out to a carcass with a greatly reduced risk of confrontation. Your greatest apparent weakness, your lack of a protective fur coat, has been turned into your single greatest physiological advantage. This ability to regulate your temperature is directly linked to your other defining physical trait, your long-legged bipedal stride. In a short sprint, you are almost comically outmatched. A cheetah, a gazelle, even a warthog would leave you in the dust. But your life is not a sprint. It is a marathon. Your upright posture and long swinging gait are incredibly energy efficient for walking and jogging over long distances. Combine that with your body's unparalleled ability to shed heat, and you become the undisputed long-distance champion of the animal kingdom. You can simply keep going long after other animals have been forced to stop. This is the foundation for the persistence that defines you, the ability that will one day allow your descendants to literally run their prey to exhaustion under the hot sun. Of course, this incredible cooling system comes at a cost. Water. You are constantly losing it, a walking canteen that is always slowly leaking. This makes your mental map of water sources more critical than ever. But you know how to find hydration in places others would overlook. You use your hand axe to dig up a specific, thick-skinned tuber, not for its calories, but for the watery, starchy pulp inside. You know that the hollow of a particular tree can hold rainwater for days after a storm. In the cool of the early morning, before the sun burns it away, you lick the precious beads of dew that have collected on broad, waxy leaves. Your knowledge of the world is not just geographical, it is hydrological. The evidence for your unique adaptations is not just in your behavior, but in your very code. Future scientists, unraveling the human genome, will discover that the genes responsible for producing your millions of eccrine sweat glands are expressed in a way that is unique among all primates. It is a clear genetic signature of your long, hot journey. And what of your nakedness? The most obvious reason is the one you are living now. It keeps you cool. But a fascinating alternative theory will also be proposed. The cleaner body hypothesis. A thick coat of fur is a dense jungle for parasites, ticks, lice, and fleas. By losing your fur, you made your body a less hospitable environment for these disease-carrying pests. A change that, combined with the social bonding of grooming, would have made you a healthier, more resilient creature. Even the shape of your face is an adaptation to this world. Look at your nose. Unlike the open, forward-facing nostrils of an ape, yours point downwards. This subtle piece of anatomy is a clever water-conserving device, trapping a bit of moisture from your exhaled breath. It also helps to prevent the ever-present dust of the savanna from being inhaled directly into your lungs. Every part of you is being fine-tuned for this environment. Your intelligent brain devises the plans, but it is this strange, sweaty, and wonderfully resilient body that walks them into reality. The engine of your body and the cleverness of your mind have made you a master of the savanna. But you are also a creature of relentless curiosity, and your lineage is, and always has been, on the move. Over countless generations, your small bands have drifted like seeds on the wind, following rivers, crossing plains, exploring new valleys. The narrative now follows one such group, your group, which has journeyed for so long that the familiar scent of dust and dry grass has been replaced by something new on the wind, a sharp, damp, salty tang. One day, you crest a final dune, and the world as you know it ends. Before you lies a new frontier, a sight so vast and alien it defies all your previous experience. The sea. It is an overwhelming sensory assault, An endless, churning expanse of deep blue water stretches to the horizon, meeting the sky in a seamless line. The sound is a constant, deafening roar, a deep bass rumble that you feel in your chest, punctuated by the crashing hiss of waves on the sand. The air is thick and heavy with moisture, and the strange, briny smell of salt and unknown marine life. The old rules, the old dangers, the old certainties of the inland world seem to mean nothing here. This is a new planet. Your first instinct is fear, but hunger is a more powerful motivator. You watch as the great sheet of water pulls back, as if taking a deep breath, revealing a glistening, dripping landscape of rock pools and wet sand. And in this newly exposed realm, you see a miracle. The rocks are covered in dark, tightly sealed shells. The sand bubbles and spits, betraying the presence of clams just beneath the surface. Oysters are fused to the rock ledges like stony fruits. This is the intertidal zone, and it is a buffet unlike any you have ever known. This discovery fundamentally changes your relationship with food. On the savannah, every meal was a challenge. The antelope could run, the predators had to be outwitted, the tubers had to be laboriously dug from the hard ground. But these creatures, these mussels, clams, and limpets, are stationary. They are predictable. They are reliable. You quickly learn that your trusty hand axe is as useful for prying a stubborn oyster off a rock as it is for butchering a gazelle. You learn to read the subtle signs of a clam's siphon hole in the sand. You realize that twice a day, every single day, the great water will recede and this pantry will be open for business. This isn't a lucky windfall. It's a guaranteed resource. It is a level of food security your inland ancestors could only have dreamed of. And this new diet is not just feeding your belly, it is once again feeding your mind. This seafood is packed with nutrients that are relatively scarce on the savannah. It is rich in specific omega-3 fatty acids, particularly one called DHA, which is a critical building block for the human brain. It is literally brain food. Consuming this diet, generation after generation, may have provided another powerful catalyst for cognitive development, helping to build the very neural architecture that allows for more complex thought, planning, and symbolic behavior. Living by the sea forces you to learn a new calendar, to read the rhythms of a new celestial body. On the savannah, your life was governed by the sun and the seasons. Here, your life is governed by the moon. You notice that the tides, the daily pulse of your new world, are linked to the moon's phases. You learn that when the moon is new or full, the tides are at their most extreme. The powerful spring tides that expose the richest foraging grounds. When the moon is a thin crescent, the tides are weaker. You are becoming a student of the sky, not just for navigation, but to predict the opening hours of your newfound restaurant. This revolutionary shift in lifestyle is not a fantasy. It is written in the archaeological record in incredible detail. In a series of caves that will one day be known as Pinnacle Point, perched on the coast of South Africa, future scientists will find the undeniable proof of your new life. They will excavate deep layers of ancient ash and sand, and within them, they will find tens of thousands of discarded shells, the remains of countless meals of mussels and other shellfish. They will find the small, carefully constructed hearths where you roasted them open, and they will find the advanced, miniaturized stone tools you used to cut them from the rocks. This evidence, dated to as far back as 164,000 years ago, will be recognized as some of the earliest signs of the complex, modern human behavior that defines our species. And sometimes, this new world offers a prize on a scale that beggars belief. One morning, you awaken to an unbelievable sight. A creature larger than a dozen rhinos, a whale, has beached itself in the shallows. It is a mountain of meat, and more importantly, a mountain of blubber, of pure, energy-rich fat. This is the ultimate act of coastal scavenging. It is an unpredictable lottery, but when you win, the prize can sustain your entire group for months. A jackpot of calories that dwarfs anything the land could offer. This mastery of a new and reliable food source may have been your lineage's secret weapon. As your coastal populations thrived, enjoying a stable and brain-boosting diet, other hominin groups, like the Neanderthals in Ice Age Europe, were still largely dependent on the high-risk boom-and-bust cycle of hunting large, dangerous inland game. This has led to a major scholarly debate. Was it this coastal adaptation that gave your species, Homo sapiens, the ultimate competitive edge? Did the stability and nutrition of this lifestyle allow your populations to grow larger and more resilient, ultimately enabling you to expand across the globe and outlast all other forms of human? As you sit by your fire in the mouth of a sea cave, roasting mussels and watching the moon rise over the water, you do not know the answer. You only know that you are safe, you are well fed, and this new, roaring world is now your home. Your mastery of the world is growing, but life remains a fragile and dangerous proposition. The daily reality is not just a struggle for calories. It is a constant battle against injury and illness. A moment of carelessness while butchering a carcass can lead to a deep, infected gash from a flint flake. A venomous spider bite can swell a limb to twice its size. An ill-chosen shellfish can cause days of agonizing stomach cramps. In this world without clinics or antibiotics, your only pharmacy is the vast, green, and often dangerous landscape that surrounds you. And so, using the same keen intelligence that you apply to finding food, you have begun to unlock the secret healing properties of the plant world. This knowledge is not gained from a single brilliant discovery. It is the result of a slow, painstaking process of trial and error, a medical tradition built upon generations of accumulated wisdom and tragic mistakes. This is the dawn of pharmacology, a science born from desperation and meticulous observation. You have learned, for instance, that the fluffy down from a certain seed pod, when pressed into a wound, helps to staunch the flow of blood. You know that the sap from one particular tree is sticky and antiseptic, a perfect natural bandage to seal a cut from the filth of the world. You see this knowledge put into practice. A member of your group has fallen, and their leg is badly gashed on a sharp rock. By the next day, it is swollen, hot, and streaked with red. The elder of your band, the one who holds the deepest library of plant lore in her memory, knows what to do. She finds a specific, bitter-tasting leaf, chews it into a green, pulpy poultice, and carefully applies it to the wound. The poultice has antibacterial properties, and within a day, the angry swelling begins to subside. In another instance, a child is struck with a terrible stomach ailment. He is given a warm, murky tea brewed from a specific gnarled root, a drink that soothes the gut and eases the pain. These are not magic spells. They are effective, repeatable medical treatments. And you are not the only doctor on this landscape. You learn by watching the animals. This practice, which will one day be given the scientific name zoopharmacognosy, is a powerful source of clues. You observe a sick ape, usually a voracious fruit eater, deliberately seeking out and chewing the intensely bitter pith of a particular vine, a plant it would normally never touch. The next day you see that the ape has recovered. You file that observation away. You are learning your pharmacology from the original masters. Sometimes the cure is not a plant, but the earth itself. One of the youngsters is suffering from a bout of diarrhea, a dangerous, dehydrating condition. An older woman leads the child to a specific riverbank where a seam of fine, smooth clay is exposed. She scoops some up and encourages the child to eat it. This is geophagy, the deliberate eating of earth. It seems bizarre, but it is an effective remedy still used by both animals and people in the future. The clay has an incredible ability to absorb the bacterial toxins that are causing the illness, to bind with the excess water in the gut, and to provide essential minerals like calcium and iron. It is a natural, edible medicine. The most poignant and controversial evidence for your ancient medical knowledge will be found not in a living camp, but in a grave. The scene is a somber one. A respected member of your group has died. You place their body in a shallow pit dug into the earth of a cave floor. As a final act of tenderness, you go out and gather handfuls of the plants you know have power. The bright yellow, feathery heads of yarrow, which you use to treat wounds. The soft, fuzzy leaves of the marshmallow plant, which you know soothes a cough. You place these with the body, an offering of the healing you could no longer provide. Millennia from now, in the Shanidar cave in the mountains of Iraq, archaeologists will excavate the grave of one of your Neanderthal cousins. And in the soil around the skeleton, they will find dense, microscopic clumps of pollen from 8 different species of flowering plants, 7 of which are still recognized for their potent medicinal properties. The discovery will be hailed as the flower burial, beautiful and compelling evidence of Neanderthal compassion, ritual, and a sophisticated knowledge of herbal medicine. But this touching story will become the center of a fierce scholarly debate. Could the pollen have been brought into the cave later by the wind or by burrowing rodents who stored the flower heads in their nests? Is the pattern of medicinal plants just a remarkable coincidence? It is the perfect illustration of how difficult it is to prove, beyond all doubt, that you were truly practicing medicine with deliberate symbolic intent. Your constant, curious sampling of the plant world occasionally leads to discoveries of a different nature entirely. You find a certain type of mushroom that grows only in the dung of herbivores, or a strange, spiny cactus that, when consumed, does not heal the body, but profoundly alters the mind. It doesn't stop a fever, but it dissolves the boundaries of the self, induces vivid, colorful visions, and creates a sense of profound connection to the world around you. This is not a recreational drug. It is a powerful and dangerous tool, one that might be used by a shaman to enter a trance, to commune with spirits, or to seek answers in a world beyond the veil of normal sight. While the evidence for this is almost entirely speculative, the possibility that your ancestors were also exploring the frontiers of consciousness is a tantalizing one. Through all these methods, trial and error, animal observation, and generational knowledge, you have compiled a vast, unwritten pharmacopoeia. You are not just a scavenger of food, but a scavenger of remedies. You have learned to see the landscape not just as a pantry, but as a living medicine cabinet. You are a master of your home. You know the secrets of every plant, the habits of every animal, the location of every water source within your territory. But your very success contains the seed of a new challenge. Your band is healthy, your children are surviving to adulthood, and the land, as rich as it is, can only support so many. For the first time, your world is starting to feel crowded. This pressure, combined with the restless curiosity that is now hardwired into your expanding brain, gives rise to a new impulse to see what lies beyond the next ridge of hills, the next river valley. This is the beginning of the great expansion, the first slow, momentous steps out of your African cradle. This is not a planned migration, not an epic expedition with a map and a destination. It is a slow, generational drift, a multi-thousand-year-long ripple spreading across the land. It happens when a successful band grows too large for the local resources to support it. Tensions rise, and the group splits. One faction stays in the familiar comfort of the home territory, while the other, younger and perhaps more daring, ventures into the unknown valley next door. For that pioneering group, the world is made new again. They must learn the land from scratch, discovering its unique resources and dangers. Their children are born into this new home, and it becomes their entire world. A generation or two later, their band may grow and split again, and the process repeats. The narrative now follows your group, a small offshoot of an offshoot, as you find yourselves part of this slow motion wave of expansion. You are Homo erectus, and you have itchy feet. You have walked so far for so long that the landscape has begun to change in fundamental ways. The familiar flat-topped acacia trees of the savanna have been replaced by strange, twisted junipers and oaks. The herds of wildebeest and zebra are gone, and in their place are unfamiliar beasts, wild horses, giant deer with immense antlers, and strange woolly rhinos. The birds sing in a different key. The insects hum a different tune. Each new environment is a profound test of your adaptability. Your entire encyclopedia of survival knowledge, so painstakingly gathered over generations, is now obsolete. The medicinal plants your grandmother taught you to use do not grow here. The animals do not behave in the ways you have come to predict. The seasons themselves have a different rhythm, with a new and terrifying phenomenon you have never experienced. A cold, white substance that falls from the sky and blankets the world. You must learn everything again. Your flexible diet, your versatile hand axe, and your ability to control fire are no longer just advantages. They are the essential, non-negotiable tools for surviving in a world that is utterly alien to you. This great dispersal is not happening in a vacuum. It is being driven and channeled by the great engine of climate change. The world is in a constant state of flux, oscillating between warm periods and long, brutal ice ages. When the great ice sheets at the poles expand, they lock up vast quantities of the world's water, causing sea levels to drop dramatically. This exposes land bridges, connecting continents and opening new highways for migration. At other times, climatic shifts can turn inhospitable deserts like the Sahara into vast green savannas for thousands of years, creating lush corridors that act as a pump, drawing animals, and the hominins who follow them, northward and eastward out of Africa. Ultimately, your journey is guided by the most basic motivation of all. You are following the food. You are still a scavenger and an opportunistic hunter, and your fortunes are tied to the great migratory herds of herbivores. They are your mobile pantry. As they move to find new pastures, you move with them. Your expansion across the globe is not an organized march of conquest. It is the longest catering follow in the history of the world. As your band pushes into a temperate, wooded landscape at the very crossroads of continents, you find a home near a lake, rich with game and fresh water. It is a good place. Your small group lives and dies here. Millennia later, in this place that will be called Dmanisi, Georgia, scientists will unearth the fossilized skulls of 5 of your kind who perished here. An old, toothless male, 2 other adult males, a young female, and an adolescent. Alongside them will be your simple stone tools. Dated to an astonishing 1.77 million years ago, their remains will provide the first undeniable proof that your lineage had left Africa, a discovery that will push back the timeline of the human diaspora by hundreds of thousands of years. But what was the ultimate driver for this incredible journey? As you sit by your fire, looking back at the impossibly long road you have traveled, you embody one of the great scholarly debates of the future. What was the primary cause? Was it the simple pressure of a growing population forcing you out? Was it the grand engine of climate, opening a temporary window of opportunity? Were you simply following the herds, with no conscious intention of migrating at all? Or was there no single cause, but rather the inevitable consequence of what you had become? A creature with a body built for efficient, long-distance walking, a diet that could adapt to almost anything, and a curious, problem-solving brain that saw the horizon not as an ending, but as an invitation. This pioneering life is incredibly precarious. Your group is small, perhaps only 20 or 30 individuals. You are an island of your kind in an ocean of uncertainty. A single harsh winter that you are unprepared for. A flash flood that sweeps through your camp. A new disease carried by a strange insect to which you have no immunity. Any one of these could erase your lineage from the story forever. Every step into a new valley is a gamble of existential proportions. But you press on, driven by hunger, by curiosity, by the simple, ancient impulse to see what tomorrow brings. The great journey out of Africa has begun, and you are its fragile, trail-blazing architects. Living in these new lands, far from your African home, has taught you a hard lesson. The old rules do not always apply. The local predators are different, perhaps more numerous or more aggressive. The competition from other scavengers, like giant cave bears or packs of wolves, is fierce. Relying solely on leftovers is becoming an increasingly risky and unpredictable way to make a living. Your growing brain and your adaptable nature push you towards a new, more proactive solution. It is time to stop waiting for the feast to be over. It is time to start making the feast yourself. This is the great tipping point, the gradual but momentous transition from scavenger to hunter. It is not a sudden revolution, but a logical extension of every skill you have so painstakingly acquired over the last 1,000,000 years. You have been an obsessive student of the animal world, a master tracker, an expert in predicting behavior. You already know how to think like a predator because your survival has always depended on shadowing them. You know where the herds gather to drink, you know which paths they take through the valleys, and you know how to read their moods from a distance. You have all the intelligence required for the hunt. The only thing missing has been the final terrifying step, the kill. Your first hunts are not the heroic, epic confrontations that future myths will depict. They are extensions of your scavenger's opportunism. They are cautious, calculated, close-range affairs that rely on stealth and planning, not brute force. You find a well-used game trail leading to a waterhole and conceal your group in the dense reeds downwind. You wait, silent and patient, for hours. A herd of large, powerful aurochs comes to drink. You do not even consider them. You are waiting for a different kind of opportunity. Finally, it arrives. A young, inexperienced deer, or an old limping one, becomes separated from its herd, lingering for a final drink. This is your target. You always go for the easiest mark. But to turn this opportunity into a meal, you need a weapon. Your heavy hand axe is a magnificent butchering tool, but it is too clumsy for the quick, precise act of killing. So you invent something new, something born from your mastery of both wood and fire. You find a straight, strong sapling of yew or ash and spend hours scraping it smooth with the edge of a flint flake, sharpening one end to a fine, hard point. Then you hold this tip carefully over the glowing embers of your hearth. You rotate it slowly, using the heat not to burn the wood, but to dry it, to cure it, to make it immensely hard and durable. The result is a simple wooden spear. It is not yet a projectile to be thrown from a distance. It is a thrusting weapon, an extension of your own arm, designed for a swift, powerful strike at close quarters. The evidence for these simple but revolutionary weapons will remain almost entirely invisible to the future, as wood so rarely survives the ravages of time. But in a place that will one day be a coal mine in Schöningen, Germany, a miracle of preservation will occur. A set of 8 exquisite wooden spears, dated to an incredible 300,000 years ago, will be discovered, perfectly preserved, in the low oxygen mud. They will be so perfectly balanced, with the weight forward like a modern javelin, that they will shatter old ideas about your capabilities. They will be the undeniable scientific proof that you and your descendants were not clumsy, primitive hunters, but highly skilled weapon makers and expert predators. Armed with these new tools, you can take on larger challenges, but only by working together. Hunting requires a level of coordination even more complex than cooperative scavenging. One of your most effective strategies is a clever combination of psychological warfare and ambush. Your group splits in 2. The first team, the beaters, circles far upwind of a herd of grazing wild horses. On a silent signal, they suddenly reveal themselves, creating a terrifying wall of noise, shouting, screaming, and banging rocks together. This is the scare and scatter technique. The herd panics, bolting away from the noise in a confused stampede. In their terror, 1 or 2 younger or slower individuals become separated from the main group, and just as you planned, they run directly into the path of the second team, your ambushers, who are lying in wait with their fire-hardened spears. After a successful hunt, as you butcher an animal that is yours, from skin to marrow, the feeling is different. This is not the giddy relief of a lucky find. This is the deep, profound satisfaction of a plan that has come together. You now have a degree of control over your own food supply that was previously unimaginable. This is the heart of a great scholarly debate. When did you cease to be a scavenger and truly become a hunter? The transition was a slow, creeping dawn, not a sudden sunrise. For thousands of years, you were both. You would gladly scavenge a free meal one day and laboriously hunt for your own the next. You are living inside that blurry, momentous transition, the critical point where your kind began to shift from being a clever opportunist on the margins to a true predator, a shaper of your own destiny. The balance is tipping, and with it, so is the balance of power on the planet. The success of your first coordinated hunts has ignited a new kind of ambition within your group. Bringing down a single deer is a triumph, but it only feeds the band for a few days. The energy and risk involved are substantial. Your ever larger brain, always seeking patterns and efficiencies, begins to contemplate a strategy on a truly breathtaking scale. Why hunt one animal when you could hunt the entire herd? Why spend weeks tracking and stalking for a small reward when a single perfectly planned day could yield a mountain of meat, enough to last for months. This is the birth of megafauna hunting, an endeavor that requires you to weaponize not just your spear, but the very landscape itself. The hunt begins not with a chase, but with a council. Your group gathers, and the most experienced members plan the operation with the meticulousness of future generals. The first and most important step is scouting. You survey your territory not for the animals themselves, but for a very specific set of geological features. You are looking for a natural trap. It might be a sheer cliff face at the edge of a wide, grassy plateau. It could be a narrow, dead-end box canyon or a steep-sided ravine. You are searching for a place where you can use the terrain to negate the herd's natural advantages of speed and numbers. The hunt is 90% topographical and psychological warfare. The killing is the final, almost incidental 10%. Once you have found the perfect location, a high cliff with a wide grazing area leading to it, the preparation begins. Over days, your group works to subtly shape the landscape. You might build low walls of rock or piles of brush, creating a large funnel-shaped drive lane that becomes progressively narrower as it approaches the cliff's edge. These constructions are not tall enough to be a physical barrier, but they are just unfamiliar enough to guide a panicked herd in the direction you want it to go. The plan is to make the path of least resistance the path of your choosing. On the day of the hunt, the air is thick with a silent, nervous energy. The success of this operation, and your survival for the coming lean season, depends on perfect coordination. A large herd of bison is grazing peacefully on the plateau. Your group splits into multiple teams. The hunters, the strongest and quickest members with the sharpest spears, conceal themselves near the cliff's edge. The rest of your band, the drivers, circle wide, moving slowly and quietly into position behind the herd. The drive begins not with a roar, but with a whisper. The drivers at the far edges of the herd reveal themselves, simply standing up, waving their arms. It is a small, strange disturbance, just enough to make the animals uneasy, to nudge them forward, away from the perceived threat. Gradually, the drivers on the flanks also appear, and the pressure mounts. They begin to make noise, shaking rattles made of gourds and stones, letting out sharp cries. The gentle nudging becomes a firm push. The herd begins to trot, their unease growing into fear. They are now moving down the drive lane you have prepared. The pressure intensifies. The drivers are closer now, more numerous, their cries louder. Some may be waving lit torches, adding the terrifying, unfamiliar flicker of fire to the assault. The herd's trot becomes a canter, and then a full-blown, thundering stampede. The ground shakes beneath your feet. The air is filled with a deafening roar of hooves and panicked bellows. This is the moment of maximum danger and maximum commitment. The herd is now a single, terrified entity, an unstoppable river of muscle and bone, flowing exactly where you have guided it. The lead animals, blinded by the dust and their own panic, suddenly find themselves at the edge of the abyss. They try to stop, to turn, but the immense pressure of the hundreds of animals behind them gives them no choice. They are pushed over the edge, and the rest of the herd follows. The thunderous noise ceases, replaced by a terrible, echoing silence from the base of the cliff. The scene below is one of unimaginable carnage, a tangled mass of broken bodies. But for you, it is a vision of immense wealth. You have just won the lottery. You have harvested a year's worth of food in a single afternoon. Now the real work begins. Your camp moves to the base of the cliff, and a massive, multi-day industrial operation commences. The butchering is frantic. Every usable part of the animals is taken. The hides are scraped for clothing and shelter, the tendons are saved for cordage, and the bones are cracked for their precious marrow. But the greatest challenge is the sheer volume of meat. It is far more than you can possibly eat before it spoils. This surplus forces a new and vital innovation: food preservation. You begin slicing the best muscle meat into thin, manageable strips. You hang these strips on long racks built from wood, allowing the sun and the dry wind to slowly desiccate them. In a few days, the meat is transformed into hard, dark, lightweight jerky, a form of concentrated protein that will last for months, a perfect food for traveling or for surviving the hard winter. In colder climates, you might dig pits into the permafrost, creating natural freezers to store larger cuts of meat. This place, this cliff, will become a sacred and vital part of your culture. Year after year, season after season, your descendants will return to this spot to repeat this great hunt. The bones will pile up at the base, forming a deep, stratified record of your success. Thousands of years in the future, at sites like the head-smashed-in Buffalo Jump in North America, archaeologists will discover these bone beds, 10 meters deep in places, containing the remains of tens of thousands of individual bison. It will be the clearest possible scientific evidence of this sophisticated communal hunting strategy. But you know that this picture of triumph is deceptively clean. Every one of these great hunts is a gamble on a razor's edge. You have seen them go wrong. A sudden shift in the wind that carries your scent to the herd too early. A led animal that inexplicably breaks from the panic and turns the stampede back on the drivers. A single mistake could turn your brilliant plan into a catastrophe, with the hunters becoming the hunted. The future debate about how often these hunts failed will never be resolved, but you know the risks are real. Today, however, the plan worked. The meat is drying, and your band will eat well for a long time to come. You have ceased to be a simple member of the ecosystem. You are now beginning to manage it. The mountain of meat and hides at the base of the cliff has changed the rhythm of your life. The frantic day-to-day search for calories has been temporarily suspended, replaced by the enormous, systematic task of processing this incredible bounty. This is a project that will take weeks, not days. You cannot remain exposed at the base of this cliff for that long. The weather is unpredictable, and the constant smell of blood and meat is a powerful magnet for every predator for miles around. You need a home. Natural caves and rock shelters are excellent, ready-made solutions, and you use them whenever you can. They are durable, defensible, and insulated from the elements. But they have one major drawback. You cannot move them. They are a feature of the landscape, and a rare one at that. Your life, even with these long-term processing camps, is still fundamentally nomadic, tied to the movement of the herds and the changing of the seasons. To truly thrive, you cannot be dependent on finding a cave. You must learn to carry the concept of home with you. You must become an architect. The construction is an act of communal ingenuity. You begin with the frame. In a wooded valley, your group fells a dozen straight, strong saplings with your hand axes. You dig shallow holes in the ground with sharpened sticks, setting the base of the poles in a wide circle. Then you bend the flexible tops towards the center and lash them together, creating a sturdy, dome-shaped skeleton. In the vast, treeless steppes of the north, you will adapt this design, using the giant, curving ribs and tusks of mammoths you have hunted as the framework for your homes. You are a builder who works with the materials the local world provides. Next comes the skin. You take the largest of the bison hides you have so carefully prepared and stitch them together, a task that requires its own set of specialized tools and skills. You drape these massive, heavy skins over the wooden frame, overlapping them to shed the rain. The structure is instantly transformed from a naked skeleton into an enclosed, protected space. Finally, you haul heavy stones from a nearby creek bed and place them around the outer edge of the hides, anchoring your new home firmly to the ground. You duck through the low entrance, and the world changes. Outside is the bright, windy, dangerous world. Inside is a dim, quiet, and secure sanctuary. It smells of wood smoke, animal hide, and the scent of your own people. A small hearth, carefully ringed with stones, glows in the center of the floor, the smoke curling upwards and out through a small hole you have left at the apex of the roof. This is more than just a shelter. It is a home, a microcosm of your entire world, and the space within it is intelligently organized. The area immediately around the hearth is the social center, where food is shared and the group gathers in the evening. The sleeping areas are pushed towards the back, the ground softened with thick layers of dried grass, and the warm, soft furs of bears or wolves. The spot to the right of the entrance, which gets the best morning light, is the workshop. Here, a skilled member of your group sits, patiently flaking a new hand axe or sharpening a spear point. The space is not just a place to live, but a machine for living in. And your hut is not alone. It is part of a small village, a seasonal base camp. This new, more stationary lifestyle allows for a new level of social organization. From this secure camp, small parties of hunters can venture out for a day or two, seeking fresh game, while the rest of the group remains in relative safety. The elderly, the very young, and those tasked with the slow, laborious work of scraping hides and smoking meat can all stay within the protective bubble of the camp. The design of your home is full of small, clever details born of long experience. You have oriented the hide flap doorway to face away from the prevailing wind, minimizing drafts. The floor is not bare earth. You have lined it with those thick bundles of sweet-smelling grass, providing both insulation from the cold ground and a degree of comfort. These are the subtle touches that transform a simple structure into a genuine home. Your portable home is, by its very nature, ephemeral. The wood will rot, the hides will decay, and in a few seasons, almost all trace of this structure will have vanished. But not everything. Those heavy stones you used to anchor the walls will remain, slowly sinking into the soil, a faint but durable ring. Thousands of years in the future, at a site in France that will be called Terra Amata, archaeologists will discover just such a ghostly outline, a pattern of post holes where the wooden frame once stood, and an oval of stones that once held down the walls of a 400,000-year-old home. In other, later sites in Ukraine, they will find the spectacular remains of entire huts built from the bones of mammoths. But because the evidence is so faint, the true nature of your architectural skills will be a source of constant scholarly debate. Looking at a simple ring of stones, some future scientists will argue that these were just flimsy, temporary windbreaks, hastily thrown up for a single night's rest. Others, imagining the scene you are living now, will argue that they are the foundations of robust, weatherproof, family-sized dwellings, homes that were occupied for an entire season. The truth of your comfortable, sturdy hut will be lost somewhere in the space between these interpretations. For now, As a cold wind howls outside, you are not concerned with future debates. You are safe, you are warm, and you are surrounded by your family. You have not found shelter from the storm, you have created it. You have imposed your own order on the wilderness. This ability to build a home wherever you need one is a critical revolutionary step, allowing you to settle for a time, to consolidate your resources, and to carry the very concept of home with you on your long journey to every corner of the planet. As you sit inside the sturdy hut you have built, you look up at the point where the wooden poles meet, bound tightly together. You look at the large animal hides that form your walls, stitched together with thick, strong thread. The success of your architecture, your very ability to create this home, depends on a technology that is so fundamental it is almost invisible. It is a technology that, unlike your durable stone tools, will rot and vanish, leaving almost no direct trace of its existence. It is the quiet, overlooked, and utterly world-changing revolution of string. The invention of cordage is as significant as the taming of fire. It is the invention of connection, of tension, of binding things together to create a whole that is greater than the sum of its parts. The process of making it is a meditative, practiced skill. You might start by gathering the tall, fibrous stalks of nettle plants. You soak them in water for days until the outer bark loosens and the inner fibers can be stripped away in long, silken threads. Or, after a successful hunt, you carefully excise the long, powerful sinews that run along the spine and legs of the animal, drying them in the sun until they can be pounded and separated into tough, thread-like fibers. The magic happens in the twisting. You take a small bundle of these fibers, and rolling them against your bare thigh with the palm of your hand, you twist them tightly in one direction. Then you take a second bundle and do the same. Finally, you hold the two bundles together and twist them in the opposite direction. This simple reverse wrapping technique locks the fibers together, creating a cord that is astonishingly strong and can be made to any length. Out of weak individual strands, you have created a powerful, unified whole. With this humble piece of string, your entire technological world is transformed. Consider your fire-hardened spear. It is effective, but the wooden point dulls quickly and can break. Now you can take a smaller, sharper, and more durable stone point and haft it to the end of the wooden shaft, binding it tightly with sinew and perhaps securing it with sticky birch tar. You have just created a composite tool, a spear that is far more lethal and reliable than its predecessor. The string has allowed you to combine the best properties of multiple materials. This new technology opens up entirely new ways of acquiring food. You can weave your newfound string into a net. With this, the river that was once just a place to drink is now a source of food, as you can now catch the fish that were previously too quick for your grasp. You can throw a net over a flock of quail roosting in a bush, capturing a dozen meals at once. You can also hunt while you sleep. By tying a loop of cordage to a bent sapling, you create a simple but brutally effective snare. You place it on a known game trail, and the next morning you may find a rabbit or a small deer waiting for you. This is the invention of passive hunting. Your technology is now working for you, even when you are not present. And then there is the impact on the other half of your economy. Gathering. A forager working alone is limited by what they can carry in their two hands. You can only gather a few handfuls of nuts, berries, or shellfish before you must return to camp. But by knotting your cordage into a simple, flexible net bag, you amplify your efficiency 100-fold. A single gatherer, Likely one of the women in your group can now collect enough food in one trip to feed several people. This simple bag revolutionizes the productivity of gathering, elevating it to an even more central and reliable pillar of your survival. Perhaps the most profound application of this fiber revolution is the baby sling. A simple loop of scraped, softened hide held together with cordage creates one of the most important inventions in human history. Your infants are born helpless and must be carried for years. A sling allows a mother to keep her child safe, secure, and close to her body, while leaving her own hands free. She can now gather food, process materials, carry firewood, and fully participate in the economic life of the group, all without sacrificing the care and security of her child. This simple object would have dramatically increased both the mother's productivity and the infant's chances of survival. This entire world of string, the nets, the bags, the snares, the spear bindings, the thread that holds your clothes and home together is almost entirely biodegradable. It will rot, decay, and vanish, leaving future archaeologists with a frustratingly incomplete picture of your technological prowess. This is the great fiber revolution, a transformation likely as important as the Stone Age, but one that is almost invisible. The scholars of the future will debate endlessly how early this technology appeared, forced to search for the faintest of clues. The evidence they find will be indirect, the ghost of a string. A microscopic pattern of polish on the base of a spear point will suggest it was once bound to a shaft. A tiny, smooth groove worn into an animal tooth will reveal that it was once strung on a necklace. Perhaps the most beautiful and poignant piece of evidence will come not from a tool, but from a small, palm-sized statue carved from a mammoth tusk, the Venus of Lespugue. On this 25,000-year-old figurine, just below the exaggerated hips, the artist has carefully carved the representation of a skirt made from twisted hanging strings. It is the fossil of a textile, an echo in stone of your rich and complex world of fiber. The stone tools get all the credit because they survive, but it is the humble, forgotten thread that truly stitches your world together. Your long, generational journey has now led you into the heart of a new and formidable world. The lush savannas and temperate woodlands are a distant memory, a story told by the elders of a green paradise they have never seen themselves. You have walked into the great winter of the planet. You now live in the Pleistocene Ice Age. The world is a stark, breathtaking, and brutally unforgiving canvas of white and blue. Vast sheets of ice, mountains in their own right, grind slowly on the horizon. The ground is frozen solid for most of the year, and the air is so cold it feels sharp in your lungs. In this world, the rules of survival have been rewritten. Your old enemies, the great cats, the giant hyenas, are still a threat, but they have been joined by a new, more relentless and impersonal adversary: the cold itself. The cold is a constant, invisible predator that saps the warmth from your body, drains your energy, and punishes any mistake with ruthless finality. To live here is to wage a constant, minute-by-minute war against the temperature. Your intelligence, which you once applied to outwitting competitors, is now focused almost entirely on the singular problem of staying warm. Your old ways of dressing are no longer adequate. A simple draped animal skin is little better than no protection at all against the piercing Ice Age wind. You need to create a second personal skin, a mobile shelter that can trap your body's precious heat. This need drives a revolution in clothing. The process begins with the hides of the animals you hunt: reindeer, horses, and bears. You scrape them clean of every bit of flesh and fat. Then you stretch them, and you work them with animal brains and smoke. A disgusting but highly effective tanning process that transforms the stiff, raw hide into a soft, pliable, and water-resistant leather. But the true breakthrough, the key that unlocks the Arctic, is a tiny piece of technology you have perfected: the eyed needle. You take a long, thin splinter of bone or ivory, and with the razor-sharp tip of a specialized flint tool called a burin, you begin to meticulously drill and scrape a tiny, perfect hole in one end. It is painstaking, delicate work. This small tool is a marvel, and it changes everything. With this needle and a tough thread made of dried animal sinew, you can now do something your ancestors never could. You can sew. You are no longer just a wearer of skins, you are a tailor. You cut the prepared hides into carefully shaped pieces, and with your new needle, you stitch them together into complex, multi-part garments. You create fitted trousers that keep your legs warm. You fashion boots lined with soft rabbit fur. You make mittens to protect your hands from frostbite. And you create the masterpiece of Arctic survival: the hooded parka, a layered garment of inner and outer furs that creates an insulating envelope of warm air around your torso and head. You have engineered a personal, portable habitat, and the evidence for this incredible innovation will survive. Archaeologists of the distant future will find these tiny, exquisitely crafted bone needles in the frozen earth of your camps, some dating back over 40,000 years, and will hail them as the direct, scientific proof of your ability to conquer the world's harshest climates. Hunting in this frozen world is also a different game. The animals are giants, the true megafauna of the Ice Age, vast migrating herds of reindeer, woolly rhinos with horns like battering rams, and the undisputed king of the landscape, the colossal, shaggy mammoth. Tracking them is easier now. Their prints are left in perfect detail in the snow. But the animals are fewer and farther between, and the hunts are dangerous, high-stakes endeavors that require immense courage and coordination. The payoff, however, is equally immense. A single mammoth can feed your band for an entire winter, its body a treasure trove of meat, hide, bone, and, most importantly, fat. In this frigid world, fat is life. It is the most concentrated form of energy, the fuel that powers your internal furnace against the relentless cold. Even your cooking methods must adapt. You have hides and you have ice to melt for water, but you cannot put a leather bag or a birch bark container directly onto a fire. So you invent a new technique. You heat a pile of smooth river stones in your hearth until they are glowing red. Then, using tongs made from green wood, you pick them up one by one and drop them into a pit lined with a waterproof skin and filled with water, chunks of fatty meat, and hardy Arctic herbs. The water erupts in a violent hiss of steam, and the stones quickly bring it to a rolling boil. You have invented the hot rock stew, a way to create a life-giving, warm and nutritious soup that would otherwise be impossible. You are not entirely alone in this frozen world. You share it with your mysterious, powerful cousins, the Neanderthals. For 100,000 years before your arrival, they were the sole human inhabitants of Ice Age Europe. Future scholars will long assume that they were the ultimate masters of the cold, their stocky, powerful bodies and large nasal passages a clear biological adaptation to the climate. But as the evidence accumulates, a more complex picture and a new debate will emerge. The Neanderthals were tough, but your kind, the newly arrived Homo sapiens, seems to have a more sophisticated toolkit for dealing with the cold. Your bone needles are finer than theirs, suggesting more tightly stitched, more insulating clothing. Your weapons seem better suited for hunting at a distance. This will lead to a fascinating question. Were you able to outcompete them not because you were physically tougher, but because you were technologically more advanced? Did your cleverness with a needle and thread ultimately provide a more decisive advantage than their millions of years of biological adaptation? As a blizzard rages outside, whipping the snow into a churning white fury, you are safe. You are inside your hide dwelling, wrapped in your tailored fur clothing, the warmth of the fire on your face, the smell of a hot stew filling the air. You have not just endured this world of ice, you have mastered it. You have used your intellect to create a bubble of artificial warmth, a tropical habitat of your own making that you can carry with you into the very heart of winter. The last great environmental barrier on Earth is falling before you. You have conquered the cold. You have mastered the landscape. Your belly is full, and your body is warm inside its cocoon of tailored fur. For the first time in the long, hard story of your lineage, there are moments of true security, of quiet contemplation. In these moments, your large and restless brain, freed from the constant, screaming demands of immediate survival, begins to turn its attention to a new world, the world within. You are starting to engage in behaviors that have no practical function. They will not help you kill a deer or find a root. Their purpose is entirely different. They are the first faint, beautiful glimmers of art, ritual, and belief. It starts with a color. On your journeys, you often come across soft, earthy lumps of a mineral that stains your fingers a deep, rich red. This is ochre. For generations you may have ignored it, but now you see it with new eyes. You carry the lumps back to your camp. You grind them between two stones, creating a fine, intensely colored powder. Mixed with animal fat or water, it becomes a thick, vibrant paint. You take this paint and you begin to change your world. You paint a series of lines on the smooth wooden shaft of your favorite spear. You press your ochre-covered hand against the hide wall of your hut, leaving a perfect red silhouette. You smear the powder on your own face and body, creating patterns that are striking and beautiful. This act is a profound leap. The red paint does not make the spear more lethal. It does not make the hut warmer. It does not make you stronger. Its function is purely symbolic. It means something. Perhaps the color represents blood, and therefore life and vitality. Perhaps it is a mark of identity, a way of signaling which family or clan you belong to. The precise meaning is lost to you and all who will come after. But the intent is clear. You are no longer just making tools to survive in the world. You are creating symbols to make sense of it. This new impulse to decorate and define extends to your own body. You spend hours on a new kind of craft. You collect the small, beautiful canine teeth of an Arctic fox you have hunted. With the delicate needle-like tip of a flint awl, you meticulously bore a tiny hole through the root of each tooth, a task requiring immense patience and skill. Then you thread them onto a tough, thin strand of sinew. You have created a necklace. You have made the first jewelry. This is not a frivolous act. This object is a powerful statement. It is a record of your skill as a hunter. It is a mark of your status. It is a declaration of your personal identity. And these objects have value. Far in the future, Archaeologists will find perforated seashells at your campsites hundreds of miles from the nearest coast, the quirky but undeniable proof that these symbolic items were so precious they were carried over vast distances or traded along ancient social networks. The most powerful evidence of your burgeoning inner world, however, is revealed in the face of the ultimate mystery: death. In the deep past, a dead member of your group was simply part of the landscape, soon to be reclaimed by the scavengers. But your attitude has changed. You do not abandon your dead. One of your own, a young man, has been killed in a hunt. You carry his body back to your home cave. You do not leave him at the entrance. Instead, you dig a shallow pit in the soft earth at the back of the cave, a place of honor. You gently place his body in the pit, curling him on his side as if he is sleeping. You place his finest flint spear point in his hand, a companion for whatever journey comes next. You take your precious red ochre powder and sprinkle it over his body, returning the color of life to his pale skin. Around his neck, you place a necklace of wolf teeth. This is not the cleanup of a sanitation issue. This is a ritual. It is an act of memory, of love, and of a dawning belief that some part of a person continues on after their body has grown still. This intentional burial of the dead is a mainstream fact of your new, modern cognition, a clear signal that you are now grappling with the great questions of life, loss, and the possibility of an afterlife. This tender symbolic scene is not a work of fiction. At the Israeli sites of Skull and Kafse, archaeologists will find the graves of your direct ancestors, members of the species Homo sapiens, from 100,000 years ago. They will find them buried with grave goods, one clutching the jawbone of a wild boar, another laid to rest with a magnificent set of red deer antlers. It is the earliest unambiguous scientific evidence in the world for ritual burial. But were you alone in these profound new feelings? What of your Neanderthal cousins? Did they also look upon their dead with sorrow and see a soul worth honoring? The debate over this question will be one of the most passionate in all of human origins. They will find Neanderthal skeletons in pits, like at Shanada Cave, some with intriguing clues like the famous flower pollen. But the evidence will always be more ambiguous than it is for your own species. Were the Neanderthals performing a ritual, or were they just disposing of a body in a practical way to keep hyenas from dragging it through the camp? The question of the Neanderthal soul, of whether they shared this symbolic world with you, remains one of the great, unanswered mysteries. As your group places the final stones over your friend's grave, you have crossed a threshold more significant than any mountain range or ocean. Your intelligence is no longer a simple tool for solving the practical problems of survival. It has turned inward, seeking beauty in color and form, defining identity through adornment, and grappling with the immense sorrow of loss through ritual. You are no longer just scavenging for food on the savannah. You are now beginning to scavenge for meaning in the universe. The grave is covered, and your group retreats to the familiar comfort of the hearth. The fire crackles, a lone point of warmth and light in a vast, cold darkness. The mood is somber, heavy with the reality of your loss. In the past, this feeling would have remained a silent, individual burden. But now, something is different. Your minds, capable of symbolism and ritual, are now served by a voice that is becoming as flexible and as powerful as your hands. As the faces of your clan are illuminated by the flickering orange light, an elder begins to speak. The sounds that emerge are not the simple grunts and alarm calls of your distant ancestors. The vocalizations are more varied. The pitches rise and fall in a complex cadence, and they are stitched together with a rich language of gesture and expression. A story begins to unfold. It is the story of the young man you have just buried. The story of the hunt, his courage, his skill, and the single, fatal mistake that led to his end. The story is a eulogy that allows the group to collectively grieve. It is a memorial that ensures the young man is not forgotten. And it is a lesson, a stark and memorable warning to the other hunters about the dangers of a wounded bison. This is the birth of narrative. The time around the fire, once a silent or near-silent vigil, is now the first classroom, the first theater, and the first library. The elders of your group are no longer just the old and the weak. They are your living archives, the precious repositories of your people's collective knowledge. Night after night, they tell the stories that keep you alive. They tell the tale of the great drought from a generation ago, and how your ancestors survived by following the honey-guide bird to a hidden spring, a story that is both a history and a map. They recount the cautionary tale of the family who ate the bright, shiny red mushrooms and perished in agony. A story that is both a drama and a page in your unwritten pharmacopoeia. They weave the seasonal migration of the reindeer into a grand myth about a sky god and a spirit herd. A story that is both a religion and a calendar. This development of complex language, the ability to transmit vast quantities of information across generations, is the very foundation of what will be called culture. But this new power is not just for looking back at the past. For the first time, it allows you to plan, in detail, for a future that does not yet exist. The lead hunter can now gather his team and narrate the next day's hunt. He can say, in a combination of words and gestures, "Tomorrow, when the sun is at this height, you two will go to the high ridge. You will be the watchers. The rest of us will approach the herd from the river. We will drive them north, towards you. Your job is to stop them from turning west." This ability to discuss a hypothetical future, to coordinate the actions of multiple people in a time and place that is not here and not now, is a cognitive superpower. It elevates your hunting from a game of opportunistic encounters to one of premeditated, strategic execution. Not all the stories told around the fire are so grand and epic. Much of the time, the new power of language is used for something far more intimate, yet just as important for survival. As the main group listens to the Elder's myth, two individuals sit slightly apart, grooming each other, their voices low and conspiratorial. They are not talking about the great spirit reindeer. They are talking about the group itself. They are engaging in gossip. They are discussing who shared their meat today and who was selfish. They are analyzing the new friendship forming between two other members and what it might mean for the group's hierarchy. They are reinforcing their own social bond. This is not a trivial pastime. In a social world that is becoming larger and more complex, gossip is a vital tool. It is a verbal mechanism for monitoring the trustworthiness and reliability of others, for enforcing social norms, and for navigating the ever-shifting currents of politics and alliances. As the stories unfold, you notice they have a certain rhythm, a melodic cadence. The elder's voice rises and falls in a pattern that is not quite speech, but not quite singing either. This has led some future thinkers to a quirky and beautiful idea that your first great epics, the stories that contained your most important histories and myths, might have been chanted or sung. The use of rhythm and melody would make these long, complex narratives far easier to memorize, and the music would imbue them with an emotional power that plain speech could never achieve. You are witnessing the simultaneous birth of the oral historian, the poet, and the musician. Of course, the words you speak tonight, whether sung or spoken, will vanish on the wind, leaving no fossil. The scientific evidence for this linguistic revolution is therefore indirect, but it is overwhelming. It is visible in the archaeological record as a sudden, dramatic explosion of creativity and complexity that will be called the Great Leap Forward. From about 50,000 years ago, the pace of change accelerates dramatically. You see the appearance of sophisticated bone and ivory tools, intricate personal ornaments, spectacular cave art, and long-distance trade networks. This is the unmistakable signature of a species that is now thinking, communicating, and cooperating in a completely new way, all powered by the limitless potential of syntactic language. But the central question remains a topic of endless scholarly debate. What was the primary evolutionary pressure that drove this unique and powerful skill? Was it the need to coordinate complex mammoth hunts? Was it the social imperative of managing relationships in ever larger groups? Was it the didactic need for elders to pass down their accumulated wisdom? Or was it something simpler, like the desire of a mother to soothe her crying child with a story or a lullaby? The true answer is likely an intricate braid of all these pressures, a puzzle that will never be fully solved. As the fire dies to glowing embers, the stories for the night are done. The dead have been honored, the lessons have been learned, the plans for tomorrow have been made, and the social bonds of the group have been reaffirmed. You have become the storytelling animal, and with this new power, you have learned to conquer not just the physical world, but the worlds of yesterday and tomorrow as well. The stories you tell around the fire have given you a new kind of power, the power to shape memory and to plan the future. But the spoken word is as fleeting as the smoke that carries it into the night sky. A story lives only as long as it is being told. A new desire is growing within you, the desire to make the story permanent, to give the great spirit animals of your myths a physical form, to show others the visions that exist inside your mind. For this, the firelight of the open camp is not enough. You need a different kind of place, a special place. You need to go into the darkness. The journey is a kind of pilgrimage. You and a chosen few leave the familiar world of sunlight and wind and venture into the mouth of a deep limestone cave. This is not a place you would choose to live. It is too damp, too cold, and there is no game. This is a ceremonial place, a sanctuary. You light your lamps, small, hollowed-out stones filled with rendered animal fat, with a wick of moss providing a sputtering, smoky flame. You take a deep breath and step out of the world of the living and into the body of the earth. The further you go, the more the world transforms. The last echoes of the outside world fade away, replaced by a profound and absolute silence, broken only by the soft pad of your own feet and the slow, rhythmic dripping of water from the ceiling. A sound that is like the planet's own deep, slow heartbeat. The darkness is total, a physical presence that presses in on you, held back only by the tiny, fragile bubble of light from your lamp. The air is cool and still, and it smells of wet stone and ancient, undisturbed dust. You travel deep into the cave's twisting passages, sometimes crawling on your belly through narrow tunnels until you arrive at a great vaulted chamber. This is your studio, this is your cathedral. Here, you unpack the tools of your new magic. Your palette is simple but effective. You have the rich red and yellow ochre powders you know so well. You have lumps of black charcoal from your fire or manganese oxide mined from the earth for your outlines. You mix these pigments with cave water or animal fat to give them substance. Your brushes are pads of moss or animal fur, or sometimes just your own fingers. And you have a remarkable piece of technology. You take a hollow bird bone or a reed, place the dry pigment powder in your mouth, and blow it through the tube, creating a fine, misty spray. You have invented a primitive form of airbrush. You raise your flickering lamp to the wall, and the work begins. You are not painting your own people, or the trees, or the sun. You are painting the things that dominate your thoughts, your fears, and your spiritual world. The great animals. With a charcoal stick, you begin to draw, your hand moving with a confidence born of a lifetime of observation. The outline of a great bison appears on the stone. You do not place it on a flat, lifeless surface. You have chosen a spot where a natural bulge in the cave wall perfectly suggests the powerful, humped shoulder of the beast. A crack in the limestone becomes its leg. A dark stain in the rock becomes its eye. You are collaborating with the cave itself to create a three-dimensional illusion of life. You and your companions fill the great chamber with a silent, moving menagerie. A line of graceful, wild horses, their manes seeming to flow in an invisible wind. A mighty auroch, its head lowered, horns ready to charge. A woolly rhinoceros, its immense, shaggy bulk conveyed with a few perfect lines. This is the great art of the Paleolithic, which will one day be discovered in caves like Chauvet, Lascaux, and Altamira, a legacy of creative genius that will shock the modern world. That charcoal you are holding is a tiny, perfect clock. Future scientists will be able to analyze the trace amounts of radioactive carbon within it and determine its age with astonishing accuracy, proving that your people were creating these masterpieces as long as 40,000 years ago. Alongside the great animals, you leave other, more mysterious marks. There are grids of dots, strange geometric lines, and feathery symbols whose meanings are now lost forever. And you leave your own personal signature. You place your hand flat against the cold stone, and with your mouth sprayer, you blow a cloud of red ochre over it. When you lift your hand away, a perfect negative stencil remains. It is a haunting, powerful statement. I was here. I made this. The analysis of the sizes and finger lengths of these handprints will lead to a surprising discovery in the future. Many of these artists were not the great male hunters, but women and even adolescents, their vital role in the spiritual and creative life of your group finally revealed. But the greatest mystery of all, the scholarly debate that will never be resolved, is the question, why? Why are you creating this magnificent gallery in the deepest, darkest, most inaccessible parts of the cave, a place so difficult to reach that perhaps only a few people will ever see it? This is clearly not decoration for your home. Is it a form of hunting ritual? A sympathetic magic, where capturing the image of the animal will help you capture the animal itself in the world above? Is this a sacred classroom, where the elders use these images to teach the young hunters about the anatomy and spirit of their prey? Or is this the work of a shaman, an artist priest, who has come down into this silent darkness to enter a trance and paint the visions they have seen in the spirit world? The truth is likely a complex tapestry of all these reasons. As you hold up your small, sputtering lamp, The dancing light makes the animals on the walls seem to move, to breathe, to shift their weight in the shadows. They are alive. You have taken the fleeting stories of the fireside and given them an eternal, sacred home in the heart of the world. You have proven that your drive is not just to survive, but to create and to understand. You emerge from the sacred darkness of the painted cave, blinking in the bright, cold sunlight of the upper world. Your inner life is rich with stories, symbols, and a dawning sense of your own place in the cosmos. In your small, tight-knit group, you see the entirety of the human world. You are the people. The idea that there could be other, different kinds of people is as alien as the idea of the world being round. But this comfortable assumption, this belief that you are the sole inheritors of the earth, is about to be shattered. You are not alone. The discovery happens on a hunt. You are tracking a herd of giant Irish elk across a snowy plain, your eyes fixed on their tracks. And then you see them. Other footprints, alongside those of the elk. They are not animal prints. They are unmistakably human, but they are not yours. They are broader, heavier, with a more pronounced splaying of the toes. Someone else is on this hunt. Your group freezes, a wave of silent tension and curiosity passing between you. You follow the new tracks cautiously until, across a frozen river valley, you see them. It is a family group, just like yours, huddled around a fire, butchering a reindeer. They are human, and yet they are different. They are shorter than you, but immensely powerful. Their bodies are wide and barrel-chested, their limbs thick with muscle, a physique perfectly adapted over 100,000 years to conserve heat in this brutal, icy age climate. Their heads are shaped differently, with a long, low skull that projects backwards, a sloping forehead dominated by a heavy, double-arched brow ridge, and a large, prominent nose that warms the frigid air with every breath. They are the Neanderthals, the original people of this frozen continent. You watch them from a hidden place. You see their own culture in action. Their stone tools are different from yours, heavier and more robust, flaked from a prepared core in their own unique tradition, the Mysterian industry. Their spears are thick and designed for powerful close-quarters thrusting, and when they call out to one another, the sound is startling. Based on the shape of their throat and sinuses, their voices are likely not the deep, guttural grunts of future caricature, but a surprisingly high-pitched and nasal sound, a different human music on the landscape. Over the next several thousand years, your two peoples will share this land. What is the nature of your long interaction? It is not one single story, but a complex and shifting mosaic of competition, avoidance, and, on rare occasions, connection. You are both apex predators, hunting the same mammoths and reindeer, seeking shelter in the same prime, south-facing caves. An inherent competition for these limited resources is unavoidable. For the most part, you likely keep a wary distance, your groups tacitly agreeing to use different valleys, different hunting grounds. The world is large enough, and avoiding conflict is always the wisest survival strategy. But there must have been moments of contact, moments of mutual curiosity, of sizing each other up across a river. Perhaps even rare instances of silent trade, a high-quality flint tool left on a rock in exchange for a prepared hide. And on even rarer occasions, something more intimate must have happened. A lone individual, separated from their group, might have been accepted into another. A bond might have formed between two different kinds of human. This is not just a romantic speculation. The undeniable scientific proof of these encounters will be preserved in the very code of your being. Thousands of years in the future, when the genome of the Neanderthals is sequenced from powder drilled from their ancient bones, a stunning discovery will be made. Every modern human outside of Africa carries between 1 and 4% Neanderthal DNA. They are not merely a vanished cousin. They are a part of your own ancestry. A faint but indelible echo of these Ice Age encounters lives on inside you. This period of overlap, however, is brief. In the grand scheme of prehistory, it is a mere blink of an eye. For a few millennia you coexist, but then they are gone. As your own population grows and expands, you notice you are finding their tracks less and less often. The smoke from their campfires, which you once saw in distant valleys, is no longer visible. You move into a cave and find their old, discarded tools. But the makers themselves have vanished. The last of the others have faded from the world. Why did they disappear? What happened to the Neanderthals? This question will become one of the most profound and hotly debated mysteries in the story of human origins. Did you, with your lighter throwing spears and more complex social organization, simply outcompete them? Was it a slow, grinding war of attrition over resources, where your slightly more efficient technologies, the fine sewing needles for warmer clothes, the atlatl for longer-range hunting, gave you a subtle but decisive long-term advantage? Did you bring with you new diseases from your African homeland, pathogens to which their immune systems had no defense? Or was it less of an extinction and more of an absorption? Were their populations already so small and thinly spread that they were simply swallowed up by your much larger incoming tide, their unique culture and morphology vanishing as their genes flowed into your own? The answer is likely a tragic combination of all these factors. For now, all you know is that the world feels quieter, emptier. For the first time in millions of years of human evolution, the planet is inhabited by only one species of human. Only you. The long, parallel story of the Neanderthals has come to an end, and your own story is now the only human story there is. The silence they have left behind is filled with a new and heavy responsibility. You are the last one standing. You are now the last and only kind of human on Earth. The silence left by the Neanderthals has made your position on the planet a lonely one. But you are far from alone on the landscape. You still share this world with a host of powerful and intelligent competitors, chief among them the great wolf packs of the northern steppes. For millennia, your relationship with the wolf has been one of mutual suspicion, rivalry, and fear. You hunt the same reindeer and horses. You often find yourselves at the same kill sites, snarling at each other over the frozen remains. The wolf is your shadow, your mirror image in the animal world, a highly intelligent, cooperative hunter. This ancient rivalry is about to transform into the most unlikely and powerful alliance in the history of the planet. It does not begin with a deliberate plan of taming or conquest. It begins, as so many things do, around the warmth and light of your campfire. At night, the wolves are a constant presence. They are a ring of glowing eyes in the darkness just beyond the reach of the firelight, drawn by the irresistible smell of roasting mammoth fat. Most are fearful and aggressive, but some are different. Within any wolf population, there is natural variation. Some are bolder, less fearful, more curious. These are the wolves that dare to creep closer. These outcast or less fearful wolves learn that your camps are a reliable source of food. a well-gnawed bone tossed into the darkness, a hide scraping left behind, the entrails of a butchered animal. To a hungry wolf, these are a feast. Over time, you begin to tolerate the presence of these specific, more docile wolves. You do not drive them away with the same aggression you would show a wild pack. Why? Because you begin to notice that they are providing you with an invaluable service. Their senses are so much keener than your own. Their ears can pick up the snap of a twig in the forest long before you can. Their noses can read the story of an approaching creature on the wind while it is still miles away. When a true danger approaches in the night, a marauding cave bear, a saber-toothed cat, or even a rival band of humans, these camp follower wolves are the first to know. They erupt in a furious, defensive barking, a living alarm system that gives you precious moments to wake up, grab your spears, and prepare a defense. An unspoken, unconscious bargain is struck. You provide them with the scraps from your table. They provide you with their superior senses for your security. A long and bloody rivalry is slowly giving way to a tentative, symbiotic partnership. Over generations of living in this new, human-adjacent niche, the wolves themselves begin to change. The boldest and most aggressive individuals are killed or driven off. The most cooperative and least fearful ones are the ones who get to eat and reproduce. You begin to actively encourage this process. You might toss a piece of meat to a particularly calm female. You might allow her pups to get a little closer to the fire. You are, without knowing it, engaging in the first act of selective breeding. You are sculpting the wolf into a new kind of creature, one that is attuned to your voice and your gestures. The great breakthrough comes when you take this new kind of wolf on a hunt. The first time it happens, it is transformative. A herd of reindeer is too swift for you to catch in the open. But your new partner is a streak of lightning. It can easily outrun the fastest deer, separating one from the herd, harassing it, and holding it at bay until you can catch up. Its powerful nose can track the blood trail of a wounded animal for miles across the snowy tundra. A feat that would be impossible for you alone. They are now more than just camp guards. They are your indispensable hunting partners. You reward them with a generous share of the kill, and the ancient alliance is sealed in the blood of the hunt. This bond you are forging is so profound, it will be written into the very DNA of these animals. The genetic evidence showing that every single dog on the future Earth is descended from these ancient, brave wolves. It will even be written in your graves. In a 14,000-year-old camp in what will one day be Germany, archaeologists will discover the buried remains of a man, a woman, and a young dog, all laid to rest together with care. It is a family portrait in bone, a poignant testament to this new interspecies kinship. As you sit by the fire, you watch this new companion. It looks up at you, waiting for a sign, and you notice its expression is different from that of a wild wolf. Over thousands of years, the very muscles of its face will evolve to better communicate with you. A special muscle will develop that allows it to raise its inner eyebrow, creating the sorrowful, pleading, irresistible expression of puppy dog eyes. A facial gesture perfectly evolved to hijack the nurturing instincts of the humans it lives with. But where and when did this incredible partnership first begin? Was it a single, miraculous event that happened here, in the icy plains of Europe, between a mammoth hunter and a grey wolf? Or was it a story that played out multiple times, in different ways, in different parts of the world? The genetic trail will be tangled and complex, leading future scientists to debate whether dog domestication was a singular stroke of genius or a partnership so natural and mutually beneficial that it was forged independently in Asia as well. The debate is for the future. For you, the reality is the warm, breathing creature lying by your feet. It is no longer just a wolf at the edge of the firelight. It has a name. It is allowed inside the hut. The children play with it, and it guards them with a fierce loyalty. It is the first animal to have crossed the threshold from the wild world into the human one. It is not just a tool, it is a companion. And with this first unlikely friend, your lonely reign as the sole human species on Earth has come to a strange and wonderful end. You have invited another to join you on your journey. The great winter is ending. Over thousands of years, the planet has begun to warm, and the world is transforming once again. The colossal glaciers that once covered half of Europe and North America are in retreat, their melting edges carving and groaning, releasing immense rivers of fresh water. The vast frozen steppes, the kingdom of the mammoth, are thawing. In their place, a new kind of world is rising, a world of dense, sprawling forests, of birch and pine and oak, of wetlands and thick, tangled undergrowth. This new, warmer, wetter world brings with it a profound crisis. Your entire way of life, the culture you perfected over countless generations of Ice Age living, is becoming obsolete. The great megafauna, your primary source of food, clothing, and tools, are vanishing. The woolly mammoths, the giant elk, the cave bears, they are all struggling to adapt to the changing climate, and one by one, their kind is fading from the earth. The animals that are thriving in this new, forested environment are entirely different. They are the swift, elusive red deer, the cunning and dangerous wild boar, the quick-flitting birds and rabbits. Your old toolkit is failing you. Your heavy, thrusting spear, so effective for close-quarters combat with a mammoth, is too slow and clumsy to be of any use against a deer that can vanish between the trees in the blink of an eye. Hunting in the dense forest is a game of stealth, speed, and distance, and you are currently ill-equipped to play it. Your survival depends on a technological revolution, a complete rethinking of your tools and strategies. The age of brute force is over. The age of precision is about to begin. The revolution starts with something small. You abandon the large, heavy hand axes and spear points of your ancestors and begin to perfect a new kind of stone technology. You create microliths. These are tiny, exquisitely crafted geometric blades of flint, triangles, crescents, and trapezoids, many no larger than your fingernail. They seem insignificant, but their invention is as profound as the hand axe was in its time. The key to their genius is their efficiency and their modularity. Using a new technique called pressure flaking, where you use a piece of antler to press off tiny, precise flakes, a single skilled napper can produce hundreds of these standardized, razor-sharp blades from one small core of flint. It is a form of prehistoric mass production. But the true genius of these microliths is that they are not meant to be used on their own. They are interchangeable parts, the components of sophisticated composite tools. You take a straight, fire-hardened shaft of wood for an arrow. You use a sharp tool to carve a long, thin groove down either side of the tip. Then, one by one, you slot the tiny, sharp-edged microliths into the groove, securing them with a sticky, waterproof glue you have learned to make from heating birch bark. You have now created a weapon of terrifying new efficiency. You have armed your arrow with a row of razor-sharp barbs. An arrow like this is designed not just to pierce its target, but to cause massive internal bleeding and to be almost impossible to remove. To launch this deadly new projectile, you invent a new machine. You take a long, flexible stave of yew wood, carefully seasoned and shaped, and you connect its two ends with a taut string of twisted animal sinew. You have created a bow. It is a simple, elegant device for storing and releasing energy. It allows you to transform the slow, powerful draw of your arm muscles into the instantaneous, lightning-fast flight of an arrow. This new combination, the bow and the barbed arrow, is a complete game-changer. It is the perfect weapon for this new forested world. It is a ranged weapon, allowing you to make a kill from 50, maybe even 100, paces away. It is a silent weapon, allowing you to take a shot without startling the rest of the herd. It is a stealth weapon, allowing you to hunt from a concealed position, hidden in the undergrowth. This new toolkit, the signature technology of the Mesolithic period, makes you a far more lethal and efficient predator in this dense, challenging environment. Like so much of your world, this new technology, made of wood and sinew and glue, will mostly rot away, vanishing from the archaeological record. But in the oxygen-free peat bogs of northern Europe, at sites like Stellmore in Germany, a few of these arrows will be miraculously preserved for 10,000 years. Scientists will find the wooden shafts, the delicate microliths still slotted into their grooves, a frozen snapshot of your lethal ingenuity. As you stand in the dappled forest light, holding this new and powerful weapon, you are living within a great, unanswered scholarly debate. The last of the great mammoths and woolly rhinos vanished as the climate warmed and their habitat disappeared. But what role did you play in their final act? Did your invention of the bow and arrow, this new, deadly efficiency, make you such an effective predator that you delivered the final fatal blow to their already struggling populations? Were you the architects of the first great extinction event of the modern era? Or were you simply a nimble opportunist, adapting to a world where your old prey was already gone? The question of your guilt or innocence in the disappearance of the megafauna will be argued for centuries. For now, you are not concerned with the past, but with the present. The world changed, and you have changed with it. You have miniaturized your technology, making it lighter, more efficient, and deadlier. You have transformed yourself from a close-quarters mammoth hunter on the open steppe into a silent, stealthy archer in the deep woods. You have proven, once again, that the ultimate key to your survival, the defining trait of your species, is not a specific tool or a specific strategy, but your endlessly creative and marvelously adaptable mind. The world has changed, and you have changed with it. Your journey has been one of relentless adaptation, a 2-million-year-long story of responding to new challenges with new tools and new ideas. You have proven that your ultimate survival trait is your boundless ingenuity. Now, close your eyes for a moment in the dappled light of that Mesolithic forest. Feel the solid weight of the bow in your hand, the scent of the damp earth in your nostrils. And now, imagine you open them again. The forest is gone. The silence is gone. You are here. Now. Surrounded by a world of humming electricity, towering artificial structures, and a society of billions. The physical world you were so perfectly adapted to has vanished, replaced by a complex technological environment that would be utterly alien to your ancestors. And yet, The machine you are using to perceive this new world, the brain in your skull, the instincts in your gut, the very wiring of your desires, is the exact same machine that was forged in that ancient, vanished world. You are running ancient software on modern hardware, and much of the confusion and anxiety of modern life stems from this fundamental mismatch. This is the central idea of evolutionary psychology, the mainstream understanding that many of your modern behaviors, biases, and desires are the lingering echoes of adaptations that were once crucial for survival. Consider the simple act of setting. As a hunter-gatherer, your world was one of perpetual scarcity. The two most valuable, life-saving, and incredibly rare things you could ever find were sugar, in the form of ripe fruit or honey, and fat, in the form of bone marrow or animal blubber. When you found these things, it was a caloric jackpot. Your brain evolved a powerful reward system, a flood of dopamine that screamed, "This is the best thing ever! Eat as much as you possibly can, right now, before it's gone, or something else gets it." This deep, instinctual craving was a brilliant survival mechanism. Now you walk into a modern supermarket. It is a landscape of unimaginable abundance. Sugar and fat are no longer rare. They are cheap, refined, and available in every aisle. But your ancient brain doesn't know that. It still operates on the old programming. It sees a frosted donut or a bag of potato chips, and it still screams, "Jackpot! Life-saving calories! Gorge yourself!" The struggle that so many people have with modern diets is not a simple failure of willpower. It is a direct conflict between an ancient survival instinct and a modern environment of overwhelming temptation. This mismatch extends to your mental and emotional world. Your ancestors lived under constant, immediate, life or death threats. The rustle in the tall grass could be a lion. A strange face on the horizon could be a hostile competitor. Survival depended on being hyper-vigilant, on assuming the worst. An ancestor who was a relaxed optimist might have been a pleasant companion, but they probably didn't last long. The anxious, paranoid ones did. As a result, you have inherited a brain with a powerful negativity bias. It is like Velcro for bad experiences and Teflon for good ones. It is why you can receive 10 compliments and 1 criticism, and you will spend all night ruminating on the criticism. It is why the news, which focuses on disaster and threat, is so compelling. Your brain is programmed to scan the world for predators. The scientific evidence for this ancient wiring is clear in your body's response to stress. When your ancestor was faced with a saber-toothed cat, their body would unleash a flood of hormones like adrenaline and cortisol. This fight-or-flight response would prepare them for immediate, violent physical action. Today, that same ancient chemical cascade is triggered when you get an angry email from your boss, when you are stuck in traffic, or when you are worrying about paying your bills. Your body cannot tell the difference between a real, physical predator and a modern, abstract anxiety. The result is chronic stress, a state your body was never designed to endure. Your social instincts are also ghosts from this ancient past. You evolved to live in small, interdependent bands of no more than 150 people. In that world, absolute loyalty to your in-group and a deep, instinctual suspicion of the out-group was a life or death matter. That tribal hardware is still running, and it fuels everything from the passionate, harmless rivalries of sports fans to the most dangerous and destructive forms of nationalism and prejudice. And within your tribe, you were obsessed with social information. The quirky habit of gossip was a critical survival tool for keeping track of who was a reliable ally, who was a cheater, who was rising in status, and who was falling. Modern social media is simply that ancient impulse put on digital steroids. A global high-speed campfire where we relentlessly monitor the status and behavior of everyone in our vast, interconnected tribe. But it is crucial to ask, as many scholars do, how much of your life is truly dictated by these ancient echoes? The field of evolutionary psychology is often criticized for being too deterministic, for creating compelling but unprovable just-so stories about the past. This critique is important. You are not a robot helplessly executing a 2-million-year-old program. Your conscious mind, your capacity for reason, and the immense power of culture and learning give you the ability to understand and override these ancient instincts. The debate over how much of your behavior is instinct versus culture is ongoing. Still, the echoes are there. The next time you feel an inexplicable craving for a sweet treat, or find yourself unable to stop scrolling through bad news, or feel a surge of irrational anger at a driver who cuts you off, take a moment. Recognize it for what it is. It is the ghost of the Intelligent Scavenger, the ancient software still running deep inside your modern mind. A reminder of the long, hard road your ancestors walked so that you could be here today. You have been brought back from your brief visit to the future, back to the world you know. You stand as a master of this post-Ice Age environment, a hunter and a gatherer at the absolute peak of your craft. Your life is a graceful, intricate dance with the seasons. You follow the migrating herds in the spring, move to the high country to gather berries in the summer, and in the autumn, you return, as your people have for generations, to a specific, sheltered river valley. This valley is a special place. Here, vast natural meadows of wild wheat and barley shimmer in the golden light, a reliable, seasonal bounty of grain. For centuries, your relationship with these plants has been one of a simple harvester. You use sickles made from sharp microliths set into a bone handle to cut the stalks. You thresh them on packed earth to release the grain, and you parch them in the fire before grinding them into a rough, nutritious flour. It is hard work, but the payoff is immense. For a few weeks every year, this valley is a place of incredible abundance. But one year, when you return to your usual camping spot, you notice something that will change the course of human history forever. In the disturbed earth around the edge of your old camp, the place you threw your refuse, the place where countless grains were spilled during last year's harvest, the wild wheat is growing thicker, taller, and with heavier heads of grain than anywhere else in the valley. The soil, enriched by your own waste, is more fertile. A revolutionary idea begins to spark in your mind, an idea born from this simple, accidental garden. What if you did not have to wander to find these plants? What if you could persuade them to grow right here, where you wanted them? The experiment begins. You start by deliberately clearing a small patch of ground near the river, removing the competing weeds and grasses. You save a portion of the grain from your harvest, not to eat, but to plant. You use a sharpened stick to poke holes in the soft earth, dropping a few seeds into each. You are no longer just a gatherer, a passive beneficiary of nature's bounty. You are becoming a cultivator. You are taking the first, hesitant steps towards becoming a farmer. This new strategy, this new relationship with the earth, comes with a profound and non-negotiable price. Agriculture is an anchor. Your wild crops need you. You must stay to protect the tender green shoots from hungry birds and deer. You must weed the plot to give your chosen plants a chance to thrive. And most importantly, you must be there at the end of the season to collect the harvest you have so laboriously created. The 2 million-year-long journey of the human nomad is staggering to a halt. For the first time, you are tied to a single piece of land. Your portable hide hut is gradually replaced by a more permanent structure of mud brick walls and a thatched roof. You are no longer a band. You are a village. This great shift, the Neolithic Revolution, will begin not just here, but independently in a dozen different places around the world, as your species everywhere begins to make this same fateful choice. But this choice is not the easy, obvious upgrade it might seem to be. It is a dangerous and costly bargain, a trade-off that will lead many future historians, in a famous turn of phrase, to call it the worst mistake in the history of the human race. The life of an early farmer is brutal. It is endless, back-breaking, repetitive toil, clearing land, tilling soil, planting, weeding, and harvesting, all under the hot sun. And your new life is far more precarious. As a hunter-gatherer, you had a diversified portfolio of dozens of different food sources. If the deer were scarce one year, you could rely on fish. If the berries failed, you could find more tubers. As a farmer, you have put all your eggs in one basket. You are now utterly dependent on a handful of cereal crops. A single drought, a flash flood, or a new crop disease can mean not just a lean winter, but catastrophic, widespread famine. The scientific evidence for the harshness of this new life will be written directly onto your bones. The skeletons of the very first farmers will tell a grim story to future archaeologists. Compared to the hunter-gatherer skeletons found in the same region, the farmers are archaeology. On average, several inches shorter, a clear sign of poorer nutrition. Their bones show the marks of iron deficiency anemia and are riddled with lesions from new infectious diseases that thrive in the crowded, unsanitary conditions of a permanent village. Their teeth are a disaster, worn down to stumps by the grit from the grinding stones and full of cavities. A dental problem almost unknown among hunter-gatherers, thanks to the new high-sugar diet of carbohydrates. Your experiments with cultivation are not limited to food. You find a particular vine that produces a bitter, hard-shelled gourd. It is not good to eat, but if you dry it, it becomes a light, durable, and waterproof vessel. It is a perfect bottle for carrying water, a perfect bowl for your new grain porridges. The quirky fact is that these gourds, these living tools, were one of the very first plants to be domesticated by your kind. Their utility as containers prized long before you fully committed to growing grains as your primary source of food. So why make this costly trade? Why abandon a healthier, more varied, and more mobile lifestyle for one of drudgery and risk? The answer is simple and inescapable. Agriculture can support far more people in a much smaller area of land. It is not a better life, but it is a more productive one. And once you start down this path, it becomes a trap. Your population grows to match the new food supply. Soon, there are too many mouths to feed to ever go back to the old nomadic ways. The hunter-gatherer lifestyle simply cannot support the population density of a farming village. You have traded freedom for calories. It is a bargain that will lead directly to the rise of cities, the specialization of labor, the creation of social hierarchies, and eventually to the complex, crowded, and civilized world your descendants will inherit. The scavenger's long walk is finally over. You now live in a world of straight lines and sharp angles. The boundaries of your life are the fences that keep the livestock in and the wild animals out. The neat rows of your barley field, the mud brick walls of your permanent home. The 2 million-year-long walk is over. Your days are governed by the new, repetitive rhythm of the agricultural calendar. The time to plant, the time to weed, the time to harvest. The world is, in many ways, safer and more predictable. And yet, there is a deep and persistent restlessness in your soul. Your body and your mind, forged in the boundless freedom and constant variety of the hunt, are now confined to this small patch of earth. The ancient life is over, but its echoes still reverberate powerfully within you, shaping your new, civilized world in ways you are only dimly aware of. The deep roots of your past are most visible when the day's work is done. The young men of the village, their bodies brimming with an energy that is no longer spent on tracking prey across vast distances, gather in an open field. They are not hunting, but their bodies still yearn to practice the ancient skills. They begin a game. One of them throws a rounded stone, and the others compete to see whose thrown stick can land closest to the mark. It is a contest of aim, of judging distance, of a ballistic skill that was once essential for survival. Later, they divide into 2 teams and begin to chase and tackle each other, trying to move a bundled-up piece of hide across a goal line. It is a chaotic, exhilarating expression of the teamwork, speed, and agility required for a coordinated hunt. This is the birth of sport. This is the mainstream, factual origin of so many modern cultural activities. The human nervous system has a deep, primal need to practice the movements that once guaranteed its survival. The modern, global obsession with kicking a ball into a net, throwing it through a hoop, or hitting it with a stick is a direct, ritualized echo of the skills you are playing with now. It is a safe, symbolic arena where the ghost of the hunter can still run, throw, and compete. This longing for the old ways manifests as a deeper, more personal feeling as well. Life in the village, for all its security, can feel static and confining. You see the same faces, the same fields, the same walls, day after day. And a powerful, irresistible urge builds within you, a need to get away, to walk where there are no paths, to see a horizon that is not broken by a roof line. This is the call of the wild. It is the desire to take a journey with no purpose other than the journey itself, to go hiking into the high, lonely mountains, to sit silently by a river hoping for the flash of a fish, to sleep on the hard ground and look up at the unfiltered sprawl of the stars. This is not just a romantic whim. Some future scientists, like the great biologist E.O. Wilson, will give it a name: the biophilia hypothesis. They will argue that you have an innate, genetically programmed need to connect with nature and with other forms of life. It is a biological imperative, born of the simple fact that for 99% of your history, the natural world was not something you visited. It was your home, your pantry, your school, and your God. Denying that connection is like denying a part of your own soul. The strange and quirky proof of this preference is unconsciously embedded in the very cities your descendants will build. When they create a park, a space for public relaxation, what will they design? Almost universally, it will be a landscape of wide, open lawns, dotted with scattered clumps of trees, almost always with a view of a body of water. They will be subconsciously recreating the ideal Pleistocene savanna, a landscape that your ancient brain is hardwired to recognize as beautiful, safe, and rich in resources. Your relationship with the animals, too, is now a complex and tangled legacy of your past. The wolf, your ancient competitor-turned partner, now dozes by your hearth, its wildness transformed into a new kind of loyalty. It is the first pet, a member of the family. The aurochs, the wild and formidable beast you once hunted with a mixture of terror and respect, has been tamed and penned. Its descendant, the cow, is now property, a resource to be managed. And the animals that remain in the wild, the soaring eagle, the elusive stag, the great bear, are transformed into powerful symbols in your myths and stories. They become the embodiments of freedom, nobility, and the untamable natural world you have left behind. This paradoxical relationship with animals, as friend, as property, and as symbol, is a direct inheritance from your long and intimate history with them as a scavenger and hunter. But is it all true? This beautiful, compelling narrative of ancient echoes shaping your modern world, is it real, or are you just imposing a romantic story onto the past? This is a source of legitimate and ongoing scholarly debate. Perhaps a game is just a game, a pleasant way to pass the time that has nothing to do with a mammoth hunt. Perhaps a park is just a nice patch of green in a crowded city. The line between a genuine evolutionary echo and a simple, pleasing cultural invention is incredibly fine and perhaps impossible to prove scientifically. Are you truly haunted by the ghost of the hunter, or are you just telling yourself a good story about where you came from? The answer remains tantalizingly out of reach, but the feelings are undeniably real. The farmer still stops his work to watch a hawk circling in the sky and feels a pang of something he cannot name. The future city dweller will still find a strange sense of peace in a quiet forest. The old life is over, but it has left deep, permanent grooves in your psyche and your culture, instincts and longings that you will carry with you, like secret heirlooms, into the very heart of your new civilization. The farmer's life has given you a gift that your hunter-gatherer ancestors earthly, if ever, knew. The gift of stillness, the luxury of a predictable tomorrow. The grain is stored in clay pots, safe from rats and moisture. The village is secure behind its wooden palisade. The crushing, minute-by-minute pressure of finding the next meal has been replaced by the dull, seasonal ache of hard work. And in the quiet moments in between, your mind is now free to wander. For millions of years, the most important questions in your world have been, what? And where? What can I eat? Where is the danger? Where is the water? These are the practical, urgent questions of survival. But now, in the quiet of the evening, a new and far more powerful question begins to surface in your thoughts. A question with no immediate, practical application. For the first time, you have the time and the security to ask, why? Why is the sky blue during the day and black at night? Why does the moon wax and wane with such perfect regularity? Why are some people born lucky and others not? Why are we here at all? This is the birth of abstract thought, the final defining characteristic of the modern human mind, a curiosity that reaches beyond the boundaries of the material world. This new way of thinking is clearest when you look up. On a clear, moonless night, you lie on your back outside your mud brick hut and gaze at the cosmos. As a nomadic hunter, you used the stars as a practical tool, a celestial map for navigating the dark landscape. But now you look at them not as a map, but as a mystery. Your powerful, pattern-seeking brain, once dedicated to finding animal tracks in the dust, now finds patterns in the heavens. You see that the chaotic spray of stars can be connected into shapes. Your mind projects the world you know onto the canvas of the night. You see a great hunter, a giant bear, a stinging scorpion. You are creating the first constellations, and to explain these celestial shapes, you create the first great cosmological myths. That shimmering milky band across the sky is a spirit river, the path of the ancestors. The Pleiades are 7 sisters, fleeing from a celestial pursuer. These are more than just bedtime stories. They are your first attempt at a scientific model of the universe, a way to impose order and narrative onto a reality that is vast, silent, and overwhelming. This impulse to map the heavens is ancient and profound. On a small, 32,000-year-old piece of mammoth ivory found in a German valley, one of your ancestors will carve a small, stylized human figure. Next to it, they will etch a pattern of notches that astronomers of the distant future will recognize with a jolt. It is the constellation Orion. It is perhaps the oldest star chart in the world, a quirky and beautiful testament to your species' long fascination with the heavens. This new abstract curiosity also turns inward, to the greatest mystery of all. Your relationship with death is deepening. The simple, respectful burials of your ancestors are becoming more complex, more laden with symbolism and ritual. The increasing complexity of these burials in the archaeological record is the clearest scientific evidence of your species' deepening engagement with metaphysical thought. You are no longer just mourning the loss of a loved one. You are actively contemplating the nature of mortality itself. You are asking, what is the animating force that leaves the body at the moment of death? Where does it go? Is there another world, a land of spirits that exists alongside your own? Your elaborate graves, now sometimes lined with stone slabs and filled with more and more symbolic grave goods, are the physical manifestation of these profound questions. They are the architecture of a budding religion. You realize that your fundamental nature, your core survival strategy, has not actually changed. You are still, and always will be, a scavenger. But the focus of your scavenging has shifted. For millions of years, you scavenged for the physical scraps of survival, the leftover meat on a carcass, the tubers others missed, the flint nodules on a riverbank. Now you have begun to scavenge for something far more elusive. You are scavenging for scraps of meaning in a vast and often baffling universe. You are piecing together clues, the predictable patterns of the stars, the cyclical death and rebirth of the seasons, the strange and powerful feelings in your own heart, and you are trying to assemble them into a coherent story, a map of reality that tells you not just how to survive, but why you should. This innate curiosity, born of the practical need to understand your environment, has now been turned outward to the cosmos and inward to the soul. It is the birth of philosophy, of religion, and of science. But when did this momentous change in consciousness occur? Was it a sudden, dramatic event? A great cognitive switch that flipped in the brain of Homo sapiens around 50,000 years ago? A genetic miracle that instantly enabled art, symbolism, and complex language? This is the theory of the Great Leap Forward. Or was it a much slower, more gradual dawn? Has the potential for this kind of abstract thought been slowly building within your lineage for hundreds of thousands of years, only becoming clearly visible in the archaeological record now that your populations are larger, more settled, and have more time to devote to expressing it? This debate between a sudden revolution and a slow, creeping evolution of the human mind will continue for as long as your species studies its own past. For now, you do not know the answer. You only know that you are no longer content to simply live in the world. You have an insatiable, burning need to understand it. The Intelligent Scavenger, once focused solely on the dusty plains at your feet, has finally lifted your gaze to the stars. The first light of dawn spills over the horizon, catching the morning mist that hangs over your fields of grain. You walk to the edge of your village, to a place where the river forms a slow, still pool. The air is quiet, save for the sound of the waking birds. You kneel down at the water's edge, and you look at your own reflection. It is the face of a farmer, a villager, a member of this new, settled world. But behind that face, within it, live all the ghosts of the long journey that brought you here. You look into your own eyes, and you see the ancient, ingrained vigilance of the ancestor who spent a lifetime scanning the horizon for the circling of vultures, an ever-present awareness of both opportunity and danger. You look at your hands, the soft hands of a cultivator, but you see in their shape the ghost of the powerful, precise grip that held the first hammerstone, that napped the first sharp edge from a useless river cobble. You feel the thoughts forming in your mind, and you understand that it is the very same brain that once had to build a mental map of 1,000 square miles of hostile savanna, the same mind that learned to tame fire, to weave a story, and to paint the spirit of the great mammoth on a dark cave wall. The entire 2-million-year-long odyssey is reflected in this single, quiet moment. This is your inheritance. It is the shared inheritance of every human who will ever live. You are the descendant of an unbroken line of survivors. You are the winning ticket in a lottery of existence that has been running for 200,000 generations. The wealth you have been passed down is not land or property. It is the resilience that allowed your kind to endure ice ages and droughts, the boundless ingenuity that turned a rock into a tool and a seed into a field, and the profound adaptability that allowed you to leave your ancestral home and make every corner of this planet your own. The physical legacy is still there. The unique combination of bipedalism and thermoregulation that made your ancestors the greatest endurance athletes on the planet still allows for incredible feats of persistence, hunting, and marathon running. And the genetic proof of your journey is encoded in every cell of your body, in the very enzymes of your gut that show your descent from a long line of flexible, opportunistic omnivores. And yet, this incredible success has created a profound and challenging paradox. You began this story as a small, terrified scavenger, living on the margins, hoping for the scraps from a lion's table. You now stand as the undisputed apex predator of the entire world, a super predator who has bent the forces of nature to your will. You have domesticated the plants and the animals. You have reshaped the very landscape. But the ancient software of the vulnerable scavenger is still running. You are a planetary superpower with the ingrained anxieties of a creature who was, for most of its history, prey. This is the source of the great, ongoing debate. To what extent are your modern fears and desires still governed by these ancient survival strategies? Your impulse to hoard resources, your complex calculations of risk and reward, are these not the echoes of a mind that was always preparing for the next famine, the next predator? Perhaps this is why you feel such a deep, strange fascination with piecing together a story from incomplete clues. Why a good mystery or a documentary about a long unsolved crime is so utterly compelling. It is the ghost of the scavenger's intellect at work, the profound, satisfying thrill of arriving at a scene of chaos and carefully assembling the scraps of evidence, the tracks, the traces, the motives, to figure out exactly what happened. It is your oldest mental skill, repurposed for entertainment. This is the final, beautiful irony of your long journey. The very same intelligence that you once used for the most practical, earthly tasks is the one you now use for the most sublime. The mind that was once forced to calculate the perfect angle to strike a bone to get at the marrow is now the same mind that calculates the motions of the distant stars. The opportunism that drove you to seek out every last calorie on the savannah is the same restless opportunism that now drives your relentless quest for new knowledge, new art, and new frontiers of understanding. The story of the Intelligent Scavenger was never just about how a single, fragile species managed to survive. It was the story of how consciousness on this small blue planet was forged in the crucible of hardship. It is the story of how a creature that once lived on leftovers learned to ask why the stars shine, what it means to be alive, and what its place is in the silent, sprawling universe. The long, desperate scramble for survival has, against all odds, become a quest for meaning. Now, as our long journey together comes to its end, let the images of that ancient, sun-baked world begin to soften and fade. The great mammoths and the roaring cave lions can return to the realm of shadow and dust. The flickering light of the Paleolithic hearth can dwindle to a soft, warm ember in the deepest parts of your memory. The immense 2-million-year-long struggle is finally over. Their desperate fight for survival has been won, and the legacy of that victory is the quiet, peaceful room you are in right now. Feel the weight of your own body, safe and comfortable. Listen to the gentle, rhythmic sound of your own breathing. There are no predators to watch for tonight. There is no cold to fend off, no hunger to fear. The long, vigilant watch of your ancestors is finally done, and all that is asked of you now is to rest. Let the deep, quiet stillness of the present moment be your sanctuary. The great story is finished, and now it is time for sleep.